Well, you know what time it is.
All right, everybody, welcome to our Sunday early show. So, the reason I'm going early, guys, is there's a bunch of different topics that I want to talk about today. There's a bunch of setup stuff that we need to do for future projects. Guys, I'm going to spill the beans. Just to give you guys kind of a heads up here, we're going to be unboxing about $2,500 worth of parts today. So, and it's going to be over a few different projects. But the first thing we're going to do is tackle the wiper blades on the truck behind me here. We need to do these wiper blades because the arms are in bad shape. It isn't that the blades are bad, because I've kept up on that. But the arms are starting to rust. They're not holding to the window properly. The spring is wearing out. These wiper arms are original to the vehicle, meaning that they're over 20 years old and that spring does get weak. So we're going to go ahead and replace it. You're going to need a few tools to do this job. Nothing crazy. A simple pick, a 13 millimeter socket, a 3/8 drive ratchet, and a hammer. Now, you might ask, why do we got the hammer? Well, we got the hammer for one main reason. We're going to tap the bolts to pop the arm loose. This is an old school trick for doing these newer style wiper arms that have a hold down bolt. Now, some of them have a lever where you fold the arm up, pull the lever out, let the arm fall down, and you can wiggle it off. Some of them even have keyways to keep everything lined up. These do not. These we could set the wiper arm wherever we wanted and they move around, and the only thing that holds them down tight is the bolt. So if the bolt isn't tight, your wiper arms start moving in weird directions. So we do have to make sure we do that process properly. All right, I'm gonna check a few things here before we get into this. I'll show you guys the tools here. Awesome. Thank you guys for tuning in on this Sunday. So we do this every Sunday, usually at 3 p.m., guys. Let me go ahead and let's back up. Guys, let's do our announcements. Announcements, guys, thank you for all your support. We've really grown in subscribers lately, and it's really helped the channel. We're going to continue to do projects like these, bring you guys more stuff. Guys, we have a sports car that's going to be on the channel. And I'm going to be doing stuff with this sports car. The only thing is right now we've got all these other projects I need to tie up before I can bring that one in. The only reason you guys haven't seen LS Goat yet is because I got too many other projects going. But don't worry, we will see it very soon. You guys got to see Big Red last week. Big Red is a nice addition that is going to replace my daily driver. This was my daily driver. I have an opportunity to possibly sell Crimson Vortec to a friend, or we may keep it around as an additional vehicle if one of ours goes down. I'm leaving it all up in God's hands on that deal as far as what we're going to decide to do with that vehicle. And if he comes through and buys it, then I'm going to sell it to him. If not, we are going to keep it. But guys, we're doing awesome. We're growing really well. I do want to see our numbers kind of boost up. So we are going to work on a bunch of different things for the future. Right now, the content side of things are going really good. I do like the new setup with the sound effects and with being able to do certain stuff. So I do like having...
Well, I sure hope somebody picks up that phone, because I f***ing called it!
So I do like having that as an access point for me to be able to do stuff. It really does kind of come in handy for our news topics that we do every Sunday at 7 p.m., guys. So we do 2 podcasts on Sunday. Our first one is usually at 3. Our second one is usually at 7. So today is not going to change. We are going to do that one at 7 for the news and kind of a recap of what we did today. I might highlight a few of the items that we unbox in the news section, but for the most part, the news section is the news section, and then we just do like a recap of the day. All right. Check a few things, and then I'm going to grab the tools that you're going to need. I'm going to show you guys the tools and what we do. The reason I check everything in the beginning here, guys, is to make sure that my stream is good and healthy for you guys. That way, if I do have problems, I want to tackle it right before I start getting into the topic. So, all right, let me grab those tools. Now, just know that each vehicle is different and not all of them are going to be the same. So some of them you may not need all of these tools. You might be able to just use your hands, lift the arm and pull the tab, like I said. But some of them have bolts that hold the arms down. They have covers that you have to remove. That's what the pick tool is for. And you may need this hammer to tap the arm loose. We are going to tackle it here on Crimson Vortec. We are not going to do the wiper arms on this one. So it will all be on this project over here. And I think we're about ready to dive into this project, guys. So I'm really looking forward to bringing you guys the unboxing video later in the video here, a little bit later in the stream. I'm really looking forward to that. There is a lot that we are going to be doing. So I'm currently wheeling you guys into place so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so this wiper blade is for the back, my back wiper blade on my back window. That one was destroyed, so we are going to put a new one on there. These blades are in really good shape yet, so I'm going to reuse those. Now, we are going to look at the arms. There are some different arms here that we have to pay attention to. So these do not have window sprayers in the arms, at least on the front ones. We do have a sprayer in the arm on the rear one. So we are going to talk about that when we get back there, guys. So both arms look fairly similar. I'm lining them up to make sure that they are. If there is a slight difference, what I will do is pull the arm off and then do a side-by-side comparison. And they are slightly different. One seems to be a little bit longer. So how you do these is when you get both of them like I just did, we're going to take one off, measure it to make sure we got the right arm. Now, when you're at the auto parts store, you can make your life a whole lot easier. What you can do is ask them which one's the right side and which one's the left side. There are two different part numbers. So there's your first part number. There's your second part number. These two part numbers are different, meaning that the arms are different. If they were the same, it would be the same part number, but it's not. They're two different numbers. Sometimes they will put on the bag if it's for the left side or the right side. This one does not, so we will just measure it. But when you're in the parts store and you're doing this, you could just ask them which one it is, and they'll give you that number. So the first thing you need to do is take your cover and pop your cover up. And we can do that with our pick tool. And we're going to go up underneath this plastic shroud and pop that loose, just like this. So there's a cover. We get underneath it and we pop this cover up. Next, we have the bolt. So the bolt is pretty simple. I'm just going to put my wrench off and I'm going to loosen the nut. I'm not going to take it off. I don't want to take it completely off. The reason that you're going to use the hammer is because you're going to flatten the nut to the shaft on the wiper arm. I'll bring you in close so you guys can see this. This is really important. All right, let me bring you guys in close so you can see what I'm talking about here. When it comes to this, hold on. Seems like my camera just cut out here, guys. Give me a second. All right, guys, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Give me a second. There we go. Okay, so I had to mess with my camera. I might be looking at upgrading that camera pretty soon. So, I do not like that. So I think this camera has about had it. I don't think, it was a very cheap webcam that I got, guys, and I don't think the quality is very good. So I might have to upgrade this to a better setup for you guys. See if I can work with some of the settings here quick before we continue on. Okay. I hate the autofocus on this camera. It's an AI autofocus. Either way, that doesn't really matter to you guys. What matters to you guys is I'm going to work on this. I don't like my cameras cutting out while I'm trying to stream. So I will be working on that. Check a few more things here. Awesome. Cool. It's good to have you guys in here on this Sunday. If you guys got anything chatted in down below, I'll read it on screen. But let's go ahead and continue on with our project. So I want to bring you in close so you can see this nut that we were talking about. It's a little harder to see. I don't want to move that camera because of what happened, but there's a nut right here where my finger is. This nut is what we want to tap on with the hammer while we put our hand on the back side and pull up. This will pop that arm loose to where I can take the arm off the vehicle. Now, this is where you need to be extremely careful. If you have a hammer and you hit the paint, you're going to damage your hood or possibly the windshield. So I grab very high next to the head of the hammer and I line it up to where I just have to tap to get it to come loose. Just like that, it's come loose. So the reason I did that is I had more control of the head of the hammer to where I didn't hit the paint, hit the plastic, or hit the window. That's your secret. So now that I got this, it's loose. Sometimes these bolts are, or the nuts that are on there, are kind of a lock nut. So you may have to use the ratchet to get it to come off completely. But once you get it loose enough, you should be able to take and turn it off. Hold on tight. Don't let it drop into your cowl area. If it falls in there, you may not get that back. So hold on to that real tight. So now that this is loose, I can wiggle this and take this off. So there's a lot of corrosion on this old one. There's a lot of corrosion on this post. We're going to lightly clean this up. We're not going to take sandpaper because there's grooves in there. We don't want those grooves to not hold tight to the wiper arm. One thing we're going to do is we're going to save this wiper blade. This one on these GMs, there's a tab right here by my thumb. I press in on the tab, press down, and the arm comes loose like this. So it's got a J-hook style for the wiper arm. You release it with that tab, that's right there, and it slides right off. Again, these wiper arms are old. You guys, it's a little difficult for you guys to see the spring with all of the black backgrounds here. Maybe this is a little bit better, yeah. So in here is where the spring is hooked to. This does stretch over time. So you've got the hook that hooks to this rod. This rod does stretch over time, and it will eventually wear out, meaning that it won't hold the wiper arm tight to the window. One way you can test that is after you have it off, if this is too easy to do. The newer one is going to be a lot tighter. So that's one thing we're going to pay attention to. Next, we need to figure out which wiper arm we have. So I'm going to look and see which one we've got. Looking like we have the longer one. So I'm going to see which one's the longer one before I take it out of the package. You always want to verify your parts, guys, before you start putting anything on. So hold up. Pro tip. Verify that you have the right parts before you start any project. If you don't have the right parts, stop what you're doing, get the right parts, and then go back to the project. When you try to push through and you wind up having the wrong parts, it'll hold the project up, then you can't finish the repair. Okay, this is the right one, so we're going to unzip this out of the bag and pull this out. So what I do is I always do a side-by-side comparison. I stack them on top of each other, line them up, make sure that everything looks good. I can tell you right now the difference between these two wiper arms. This one is practically straight. This one is more spring-loaded. This one's going to hold a wiper arm to the window a lot tighter than this one here that's wore out. Guys, this is why we're doing this project. These are wore out. I had a bad one on the back. Rather than me just replacing the one, I decided to do all three. Jay, good to have you in here on this Sunday. Good to see you guys. Awesome, awesome. Check a few more things before I keep plugging away here. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, you can tell the clear difference here in the two wiper arms. It's difficult for you guys to see it because I'm wearing a black shirt, but hopefully this works better. This one here, the arm has a lot more arc to it. If I hold it straight, you can really see the bottom. So this one, the spring is all flattened out. The arm is all flattened out. It doesn't put enough pressure down on the windshield. To protect my glass, I'm going to put my wiper back on the vehicle. Before I put the arm on, though, I'm going to put this wiper blade in the socket. The reason I'm going to do this is if it does drop out of my hand, it won't crack or break my windshield. So I reattach it. This one just slides onto this. So now that I have that, I'm going to pop the cover off like we did on our old one. Okay. It's being a little troublesome, so I'm going to take my pick tool. I'm just going to help the one side pop loose that's holding on to it so I can get the cover off. So cover's off. Here's where my bolt or my nut will go down on. Okay, I will show you guys a trick that I use to put these on. I start them a little higher, and I'll explain why here in just a bit. I do this just to kind of get preliminary on and figure out if I need to do anything else. Sometimes we do have to do adjustments to these arms once they're on. I put that nut on here, finger tight. I do that by hand first. I don't want to have any problems with that. Check chats and get up to speed with you guys. Got any questions? Chat them in down below. I'll read all the chats. Good to have you guys in here on this Sunday. Again, this is our Sunday live stream that we do every Sunday. Normally we're at 3 p.m. But because of the extended weekend, I decided that I was going to give you guys a little bit more time today and give you guys a couple more hours of content. Also, we're going to have a very huge unboxing project. We're going to be unboxing about $2,500 worth of parts, guys. And these are going to be over 3 different projects. So what I'm going to do is lightly tighten this down. I'm not going to get carried away with torquing this down. There is a dot right here on the windshield for the wiper. This is where they want the wiper arm to sit. The reason I'm going to tighten it with the arm just above this dot is as the wiper arms move, they will eventually drop down into place. Now they might drop even more than this, so I might have to take these back loose after I get both arms replaced. But for now, I'm going to line this one up to the dot. So the dot is just above the wiper arm. Okay, I got it tight. I'm going to wiggle it around just in case. I want to see that other wiper arm move when I wiggle it. That's a good sign. So I'm going to avoid snapping this cover down. I'm going to set it down, but I'm not going to snap it in place. Let's go over to the other side, get that other one loose, put that wiper arm on, and then I'm going to show you guys how to adjust these once you get everything into place. Sometimes we have to do some additional things to secure these. Okay, so this one was very brittle, guys. It snapped the cover off. Let me bring you guys around. Okay, so this one, the cover just snapped right off. That's how old these are. They're deteriorating. They're falling apart. So it snapped the cover off. It's a good thing we're doing this and replacing these. These are in bad shape. They're getting old. They don't hold the blades tight to the window anymore. These nuts are also slightly loose. When these loosen up, guys, what happens is your wiper arm moves. So we do want to make sure that they're tight when we put them back together. Sometimes I will put a dab of anti-seize on these. Or not anti-seize, a small dab of Loctite. Just to keep them from moving. Remember, hammer, light taps on the head of it, and lifting from behind. Just like that, it came loose. If you get carried away and you hit the paint, you're going to damage this paint and the hood really quickly. So take your time. This arm is a little bit better. The spring is a little tighter on this side than it was on the other side. So that's a good thing. Let me double check a few more things here, guys. Okay. Guys, please hit that like button. Help drive more people to the channel so we can keep doing projects like this for you guys. We got a lot more projects coming, guys. So do me a favor, hit that like button. Chat down below. Those are all things that help us get the channel out there to you guys so we can keep doing projects for you guys. Removing my old wiper arm. Anytime the springs are loose enough that you can manipulate these by hand, then these springs are wore out. You should not be able to manipulate this by hand so easily. Normally that spring is really tight. All right, so I'm just checking my wiper arm before I put it on, make sure I've got the right one. Everything seems to be in order. It looks right. So I'm going to take it out of the bag. If I was wondering that I had the right one on the right side, what I could do is keep the bags, mark which ones these came out of, refer back to the parts store, or, you know what, guys? You know what? Hold on. I'm going to show you guys right now how to go online and verify your parts. So that you guys can make sure you get the right parts. Not only that, but you can get them put on the proper spot on the vehicle. This is important when you have different parts to different sides of the vehicle. This does happen from time to time. Wiper arms are one of them. That could be different from left to right. Headlights are different left to right because they mount to the vehicle opposite of each other. So I'm going to show you guys how to use part numbers and verify that you have the right one going in the right place. So I'm going to check some things here. All right. I'm going to do it this way here. You guys are going to see a sneak peek of news coming up. All right. And this is a Dorman part, so we're going to go Dorman. We'll go to Dorman Products. So there should be a spot that we can type in search by product. We could do make, model, year, VIN, all of this, or we could do keyword, phrase, part number. So we're going to do part number. We're going to do All right, guys, I got my sound effects on number keys for my computer. So you guys are going to hear some sound effects go off here. So just giving you a little warning. Funny how I got that set up, but it works better with my computer. So, all right. Okay. Here it is, wiper arm, front right. So this number comes up as the front right. And you know what? It's a good thing I checked that because I'm going to check. I'm gonna be pulling the other side back apart. So this one's supposed to be the right. The reason why is the springs are different in them, guys. Springs are different. The arm lengths are slightly different. You guys saw it. I already checked arm length. I thought I had the right one. Even though I did a side-by-side comparison, it was too hard to tell. So, again, you guys are going to hear some sound effects. And that's the left. So, what's in this bag is the right. That's how you're going to verify your parts, guys, right here. Anytime you got a Dorman part, you go to dorman.com and you type in that part number where we just did. You can verify where they need to go. Then you can make sure you get them put on the right spot. Also, if you had wheel bearings from Moog, you could go into Moog's site and put in their part number, and it'll tell you if it's a left wheel bearing, a right wheel bearing, whatever the case might be. You can also use, like if you go to any of the auto parts stores, Napa, AutoZone, Advanced, any of them guys, you're able to type their part numbers in and it'll pull up the information for the part. That's how you do this. So that's how you verify your parts and make sure that they get put in the right spot. Give me ones if that makes sense to you guys. Give me ones if that makes sense. This is how we verify parts, guys. And we have to verify them. Right now, I've got the wrong wiper arm on the wrong side. And what that means is that wiper arm is going to hang over farther than what it's supposed to. That's what that means. So it's a good thing we did this process because now we're going to get the proper arm on the proper side. So this one was the right. The one that's on there is the left. The nice thing is I don't need to take this all back apart because I'm leaving everything loose. I did this for a reason, to take it loose so I could adjust it. Little did I know, I would actually need to take it loose and put it on the proper side. Both wiper blades are the same size on this one. Jay, all right, awesome, thanks. Both wiper arms are the same length. Sometimes the wiper arms are different lengths. So the process to change it over if you mess it up might be a little bit longer if you have to change the blade. I do not, but I could choose to just keep the blades where I had them. So if I do that, then I'm okay. It's loose. That's all we need to do. I'm going to lift my cover again. Actually, you can't lift the cover on these if you have the blade lifted. So in order to lift take this off. I'm going to go ahead and switch the blade anyway. I don't need to, but I'm going to. This one's been on the passenger side, so I don't really want to switch these. Unless it doesn't want to come out of there, then yeah. All right, then it's just gonna, this one's gonna get switched to the driver's side. I will wipe the blade to make sure there isn't a buildup of bug guts and stuff on this. You can take a little bit of glass cleaner, but glass cleaner does dry out these blades. So you don't want to get super carried away with over glass drying your wiper blades. It'll dry them out. Plus, a lot of these have a lubricant on them. That lubricant can get removed by you over applying glass cleaner. So what I'm gonna do is just, I'm gonna move you guys over so you guys can see what's going on. And I'm just gonna put this one on the driver's side where it belongs. Remember, I said those dots need to be below the wiper blade. So I see the dots. I want those dots slightly exposed so that when I run the wiper blades and it settles out, they will slightly drop down. I will use glass cleaner as a trick here, guys, though, once we get the blades reinstalled, because there is a trick that if this isn't wet, you won't get an accurate reading if your blades are in the right spot. So it's easy to use either your sprayers and wet the window or use glass cleaner. It is usually better to use your sprayers on your wiper arms than it is to use the glass cleaner. Snug it down, and I'm not going to push this cover into place. I want to leave that loose yet. Move this up. I don't want that getting hit by the wiper arm when we test this. Okay, next we're going to install the one that was for the right side, according to Dorman. So, according to Dorman, this part number goes on the right. The other one was the left. I'm going to see where I set that wiper arm, or wiper blade, I mean. The fun part of projects. Sometimes when you take things apart, guys, sometimes you lose a few things. The trick is to slow yourself down and look for the stuff that you had so that you know where they are. So I took this off when I removed this arm. And I will be buying wiper blades for this. Just notice this one is flattened. And when they become flattened like that, they don't work as well. So I will be buying new blades for this probably next week. Biggest trick is don't cross thread these. These are easy to cross thread, guys. Very easy to cross thread. You want to be able to start it by hand. Oftentimes they put an anti-seize on them, which is why they like to cross thread. If you don't like how it feels going on, you can always clean the threads with a thread chaser. But you do need to get it to go on by hand. I was able to get it to thread down enough, so now I can go ahead and tighten this up. Okay, I'm not gonna go crazy tight with this yet. I wanna test this. So one way we test that is by putting the key in it and running our wiper blades. We're gonna hit the sprayer and let it wipe. What this is going to do is give us where the blades are gonna sit. This will give us where the blades are gonna sit when we're actually using the wipers. Okay, so now that was the resting point there. We are slightly high, but the one that's high is the passenger side. The driver one looks really close. I don't know if I would touch that because these do have a little bit of play in them. Sometimes they dip a little lower than what they're supposed to. So you do want to have a little bit of room. That's why we did that one the way we did it. So now what I'll do is we're going to loosen up that right side one here, and we're going to move the blade down. And we're close to where we were on the dot, but I do want to bring it down just slightly. So all I did was loosened up the blade. I loosened up that nut, pulled the blade down slightly. Now I can test it again, and we can see how it works. The only thing that you're going to do in this testing process is you might lose some windshield washer fluid. So maybe grab a bottle of windshield washer fluid so that you can get your wiper blade set right. Now, if it goes back up to the high point that I don't want it, then we're going to take that nut loose and I'm going to tap that arm loose and then move it that way. So, yeah, it went right back up. So even though I loosened this nut, it didn't come off of the tapered shaft enough in order for it to adjust. So I'm going to loosen this up. Loosen it up enough. I can tap it up with the hammer. At this point, you're not taking the arms back off again. I like how this one is because it's right at the base of the black part on the windshield. Perfect alignment on that side. In fact, it's so perfect, I can actually tighten this one up completely. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold the wiper arm and brace it as I turn this ratchet with my hand. And while I'm bracing it, I'm making sure that the arm doesn't move. Now, I'm using a 3/8 ratchet. I don't want to get too carried away with anything bigger. And I'm not grabbing way out on a longer bar. I would snap this off if I did that. So, big no-no, don't do that. I was actually grabbing with my thumb at the head of the ratchet. You guys have seen me do this before. What this does is limits torque. So that's what I was doing. Now I need to adjust this one. So we're gonna bring this. So it was slightly too high. What I'm going to do is line it up where it's at a resting position on the dot, and then I'm going to tighten it down. So before, the dot was below the wiper, which worked great on that side, not on this side. Now we're lining up with the dot, and I'm going to tighten this down, and we'll try it again. Okay, I do need to snug that up if this works. Let's run our test. Check a few things here quick for you guys. Awesome, awesome. Guys, welcome to our Sunday live show. We do repairs live, guys. I do them live for specific reasons. So you guys might ask, why do I do my repairs live? Well, I do them live because it allows me to show you guys exactly what goes right and what goes wrong. Too many people hide the repair and then they don't give you an accurate view of the repair. So they might take 20 hours to do a project, but not show you why it took them 20 hours. Test this again. It doesn't seem to have moved very much, so I might have to loosen it up even more. So the one side looks really, really good. This one came out perfect first try. It's maybe slightly higher than what most people would like, but it's spot on. This one here is the one that's giving me just a little bit of a headache, but I'm also looking back here. So I'm kind of wondering if this isn't where I need it to be. Like I said, as your wiper blades run, sometimes they will extend a little lower or extend a little farther as you use them. So you don't want to be down tight to this plastic. You don't want your wiper blades smashing against this plastic. So you do want them on the dot that are on the windshield if yours has the dots. Otherwise, you want to be to where you don't have the wiper blade. The center of this wiper blade, you want to have it right at the bottom of this black piece. Because if it's above, you're going to see it too much. If it's below, you're going to hit the plastic. That's just the little trick that I can give you right there with that, guys. So I'm going to call this one good because this is starting to get down here a little bit to the plastic that I don't like. So we're going to go ahead and snug this one up. And then I'm going to snap these covers down into place. Okay. All right, covers are down into place. Those arms are on there, and it does make the vehicle look a lot younger. It takes some years off of the vehicle. These things will start to rust, fade, and look really bad. You can paint these, but the reason I tell you don't paint these, because the spring is still worn out. The spring is still giving you problems. So you do want to make sure that you have everything set right. Also, when you're replacing these, make sure you get them on the right side, guys. We just covered that. All right, I'm setting up a few things here. All right, guys, give me ones if that all made sense to you guys, how we just did that. How we verified the part, put the proper one on the proper side, put everything together. Now, we did reuse wiper blades, but I told you guys I will be getting new wiper blades next week. And you guys saw how to remove them, so I'm not going to do that as a video for next week, guys. Guys, actually next week, some of the stuff we're unboxing is stuff you're going to see. And I'll begin the unboxing once I get this back wiper arm changed. So here's our back one. Our back one is a little different. There is a sprayer nozzle on this one. So this one's going to be a little bit more complicated, guys. Awesome. All right. Yep, so it's good to have you guys in here on this Sunday. We'll be getting to the unboxing here in just a bit. All right. So to do this back wiper blade, what I need to do is move the vehicle forward so that I can have access and I can bring you guys back there so you guys can see how to do this. It doesn't do me any good to do a project where you guys can't see me. So in order to make all my cords and everything work, I gotta bring the vehicle forward. Oh, I forgot. I do need to recap this exhaust that we repaired last week, guys. You guys seen me kind of take this all apart, but you guys didn't really get to see me put this back together. So I will be bringing you guys underneath there to show you guys exactly how I fixed that and then the proper process to fix that exhaust, basically flange. Now that flange exists on certain GM vehicles and Dodge and Ram vehicles between the catalytic converter and the muffler. That flange is designed to easily unbolt so you can remove certain sections of the exhaust to do other repairs. On this one, that exhaust gasket had failed completely, so I needed to replace it. No problem, Jay. Good to have you here. So let's go ahead and slide back. And we're going to look at what it's going to take to do this back wiper arm. Careful not to snag the cords, guys. All right, hopefully I got enough cord. I'll move the truck ahead just a bit more. All right, so here is our wiper arm. We have a little rubber cover. We can either use a fingernail or we can use that 90-degree pick, but we do need to take this little rubber cover off. This is what covers that up. Next, I'm going to grab all my tools. So we got our ratchet, our pick tool, and our hammer. Back here, it's a little nicer. I can use the bumper as a shelf if I need to. So first thing I'm going to do is hold the wiper arm down and undo this bolt. Again, I want the threads flush. I don't want the bolt bottomed out because I do need to tap on it and lift up to get this to pop loose. Actually, I don't. I was able to just get it. So this one wasn't tight enough. Take the nut loose, or take it off now. Okay. So I'm going to loosen this up. I'm going to take this down. We have a spot where it's connected to the vehicle. It's behind this bracket. I will take my pick tool and try to get underneath this rubber to get this loose. But this is the only thing holding it on. Okay. So here is that little piece of rubber. I'm going to try to get out of the way here. Little piece of rubber right here. Here's this piece. What I did was I took the pick and I went down in between here and I just rocked the pick back and forth, lightly pulling down on the hose. That's what got this to pop loose. This one is severely destroyed right here. Went through a car wash, it pinched it, and pretty much destroyed this wiper arm. So guys, I have talked an ad length. Hold up. Guys, I've talked in very extensive details about going through car washes that have brushes. The brush car washes can grab wiper arms on the back of SUVs and vans and can rip them out. Now, luckily, it didn't rip it off the vehicle or damage the body, but it did damage the wiper arm, which is why I'm doing this project. I didn't want a bad wiper arm on this if I was deciding to sell the vehicle on and have this damaged, meaning that I needed to put one on. My wiper blade itself was also going bad. So I was able to do 2 upgrades in one shot and fix this whole problem in one go round. That's how you do a repair. When you first identify a problem, you also need to see if there's other problems that you need to fix that are going to cause you problems along the way. This one was going to give me more problems, and when I saw that I needed to replace the wiper blade, I decided to just do it all. So this hose is a lot longer. I may not need all this hose, and I might be able to cut some of this off. Also, I might be able to disconnect this little nozzle piece. The reason they give you this nozzle piece, guys, is because they want you to use the new nozzle. But here's the thing. I'm going to give you guys a secret right now. Even though it comes with this new nozzle, don't take the one off of the vehicle because this one's attached to a hose behind this door panel. If you pull that one, you have to pull that inner panel on the inside. You don't want to do that. There's going to be more plastic clips that are going to break. So to fix that, you just simply take the one off of here, trim this hose down to where it's going to fit, and use what's on the vehicle. That's your secret. Oftentimes they include these because people do break these when they take them apart. These are designed to be used or not used depending on your situation. If yours are broken, you're going to need it. If they're not, you're able to take it off and use the one that's on the vehicle. Now, this hose was wrapped around this arm. So I do have to wrap this around the arm the way it was. And mine is longer, so I do want to know how much I need before I trim off. This one came with a pin in it that pinned the arm into place so that I could install it. The pin just fell out. Here's the pin. We can always put this pin back in because I know where the hole is to put it in. So I can put this pin in or take it out. Once it's in place and it's down, this pin won't fit in. It'll just keep falling out. So we actually don't need this once we've got that. I'm going to grab something to snip this hose off cleanly. So I'm going to use the side cutters. I'm going to measure this out. And then I'm going to snip this off. I don't want to leave all of this hose hanging because if you drive in climates that get a lot of snow and ice, what can happen is ice will actually gather on this hose and pull it. So you do want it to keep it somewhat tight, but you want to make sure there's enough movement in the hose to where it's not going to rip it out. So I'm being as conservative as I possibly can with snipping this off, but at the same time, I'm keeping it tight enough that it isn't going to hook on everything. So next, I need to wiggle this hose onto this small little nipple that's on here. This is for the sprayer, guys. Again, like I said, they give you a new one so that you can use the new one if you need it. Sometimes when clipping this hose onto this, you're pressing it on here, and sometimes you can snap this off. So they give you the new one just in case. But just know, if you're going to do this, you have to remove the door panel because the hose will be on the inside of this door panel. So I chose to use what was there, trim off the excess hose, and now I have this down where I need it. What I can do is tighten this nut up. This one has a holder. So because it has a holder, this one's already going to stay down tight inside the holder. And all I'm going to do is tighten up the nut while keeping it down in the holder. So we'll put that on there. I'm going to put my hand here and press down. So, okay. What I'm doing is making sure that this is tight. You can do that by wiggling it slightly back and forth. Guys, I always use Rain-X Latitude blades. The reason why is they just work better. And they last a very long time. I have put one set of blades on this thing since I've owned it in 4 years. 4 years, one set of wiper blades. The reason why is I buy the expensive blades. I don't buy the cheap blades. So you remove the cover. There is an oil on these blades to protect these over time. This one has a cap. We pop this cap up. We can use our pick tool and just pop the cap up like so. What this does is opens it up for me to slide the blade on. Then I can snap this cap. Now we should hear a click when we put this into place, and the cap is only a securement. So okay, this one has a cover on it. I have to remove this cover. It's too thick with this cover on it, so I'm just going to come from the sides, open this up, and snap this cover off. All right, this one don't want to come off very well, so I'm not going to fight it. We're just going to snap this one on. Okay, clipped it into place, press this tab down. When I put this into place, this wiper blade should be against this protection skid here. So if I think it's touching too much, we can put a little bit of a bend in this. So I can bend the arm out slightly, just so that I don't have such tight pressure against that piece. But some of this is what helps you to not have stuff get hooked in here and then pull this blade, because that's what happened here. Something went down in here, pulled this blade back, and because it pulled the blade back, it actually did damage. Now we can test this. All right, so what we're looking for is that it returned to the home position in this holder. That's right here. It did a perfect job. It went in there. The blade is resting against the window like it's supposed to. We look at the white pattern. The white pattern looks good for a back window. Remember, this has a concave glass, so you're not going to get a perfect wipe. All it's trying to do is free up a little space here for you to look out this back window. That's all it does. All right, I'm going to set my tools up and throw some of this stuff away. And then I'm going to bring you guys around to the side, and we're going to explain this exhaust repair that we did this past week. So last week, to bring you guys up to speed, last week we did an exhaust project on this, and we sealed up a sensor that was leaking oil. What we're going to do is verify that repair now after we've driven it for a little while. So we've got some time on it now. We're going to see, did we fix the oil leak? And did we fix the exhaust? All right, I'm going to move you guys off to the side here just a little bit. And I'm going to back this thing up. I'm going to bring you guys back here a little bit farther before we get into the recap of last week and cover that repair. And then we will move on to the unboxing stuff, guys. So. Fun and joys of doing things live, guys. Sometimes we have to work with cords and everything else. Just kind of the process of everything, but I've gone as wireless as I possibly can on a lot of different things. But there's a few things I still need to run hardline cables to, such as an extension cord and my internet. Awesome. All right, so we still have this little rubber cap that I forgot about. This will just press in. We can put a little bit of glass cleaner on it if we need to, but it should just snap right into place. Yep, so that pressed into place. That's all done. All right, so let's do our little recap of what happened last week. Last week we did a crankshaft position sensor on this vehicle. It has started a little bit better since doing that. I'm going to have to do the tune-up on this, guys. It's been 4 years since I put plugs in it, wires, the whole 9 yards. These trucks are notorious for needing tune-ups about every 30K. This is an older vehicle that does older maintenance, which brings up another topic I wanted to talk to you guys about. Guys, there was a poll done, I want to say a week or two ago. I don't have the specifics of when it was done. I'm sure Aim High will probably drop some of that information down below. I was going to link the article. I may do that in the news section. If I get time, I will try to pull that information off my phone so that I can show you guys. But that poll basically said that 23% of Americans right now are driving vehicles that are 20 years old. What does that tell us? See if any of you guys get this right. What does it tell us when we see that the majority of vehicles on the road are older? And the next oldest category was over 10 years old. So this tells us that the majority of cars on the road right now are over 10 years old. What does that tell us? I'm letting my chat catch up a little bit, but see if anybody knows, what does this tell us when the majority of our vehicles currently on the road? Aim High just said it. It was a poll done on the Flyover podcast. So that's where the information came from. They took a poll. In fact, I think I saved the poll clip that was sent to me. See if I can find it. Meanwhile, Jay says, because of old cars having less issues than newer cars. Well, some, not all. Yes, basically what this means is that all the newer cars and newer technology that's coming out, people aren't buying it. So what this means is that all their efforts right now of everything built in the last 5 years, and a lot of that is because it's EV. That's what that tells us. I'm looking for that poll. Thought I saved it. Let me go into my messages quick. Okay, I found it. I need to screenshot this quick and clean up the picture. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to show this on the phone, guys. And then we will talk about it. Hopefully you'll be able to see this. I don't know if it's going to focus. Probably won't because I don't have the autofocus set. Yeah, it's not going to focus. So it's saying 25% of the vehicles on the road right now that people are driving are over 20 years old. 6 to 10 years old is 23%. So we're already saying over half are 6 years old or more. 20% are in the 11 to 15 year bracket. So the over 20 and 11 to 15 are 20% and 25%. That puts us at 45% of the vehicles on the road are over 10 years old. Why do I bring this up? Because if maintenance isn't done on these vehicles break down more. Doing proper maintenance means that you're going to keep these on the road. Channels like this that show you guys how to do your own repairs are going to be a lifesaver in the future. When you guys ask questions, I will find the answers. I will either show you directly on the screen or I will get the information and relay it to you later on. But maintenance on older vehicles is really important because they tend to break down more because of the age of the vehicle and lack of maintenance that was done up to you getting it. When you know this for a fact, then you know how to handle purchasing one of these. I've done many videos on purchasing used cars, new cars, financing, all of that, guys. I will be doing more of those topics yet this year. One of them I wanted to do was new cars. I do it every year, but I'm probably going to do it here in the fall this year because the summer market did not do well. The reason why is they've been pushing way too many EVs. And what they've been putting out has had massive recalls.
Well, I sure hope somebody picks up that phone, because I f***ing called it!
I said a year ago this was a perfect storm, and if this happened, we were going to see a lot more older cars being brought back onto the road and being kept around a lot longer. In order to keep these around, you need to do the proper maintenance. We've got this one over here. We're doing a 100K service on this starting in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, we're going to do a 100K service on this truck. This is a 2017 Tahoe. I've already talked to the customer about it, and we're going to bring this one back to life and keep it alive for a very long time. Yes, Jay, the summer markets did not do well at all. It was a massive. And a lot of that came about because they were pushing too much EV and they had too many recalls.
You stupid.
And the recalls kills a manufacturer. If they have massive recalls, they see sales drop immediately that news is put out. Chevy had massive recalls. Ford had massive recalls. Ram and Stellantis are hiding their recalls, but theirs are just as big. These recalls are killing these guys. Aim High just said also people using credit cards over COVID to get stuff since they weren't allowed to work. And also costs went up during Biden. People hurting in the pocket, correct. That also had a lot to do with it. So we are still seeing the effects in the auto industry of what happened during that whole situation. It was a massive deal that had a massive reaching impact over every single industry. And the auto industry is still feeling it today. Been seeing those free calls all summer though. Free calls? Question mark? I've got some news to drop to you here, Jay. I might go ahead and... I talked about this last news cycle, last Sunday at 7. I talked about it. I didn't go into detail. Maybe I do need to go into detail on that right now. Biden made stricter regulations on cars a while ago. Correct. No offense, but the leftists are horrible about pushing climate crap that isn't real. We've talked about it in ad nauseum on this channel. When you're pushing all of the fake climate crap, people start freaking out. People believe paranoia. People believe crappy news cycles that are pushing agendas, which is why EVs even took off in the first place. But here's how I know that the auto manufacturers had a really bad sales cycle this year and that they're sitting on a bunch of inventory. Ford is offering 000. Ford has never offered 000. 0% interest, 0 down, 0 deposit. Ford has never done that I can remember. Chevy has quite a few years ago, long before COVID, they offered that, but they had not offered anything like that recently. What this tells us is that the auto industry is hurting because now they're playing catch up. Now they went from no inventory to a bunch of inventory and people not buying it. And the reason they're not buying it is because they're pushing. So yeah. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look underneath on the oil pan here. I don't wanna bring you guys back too far. Probably go right about there. I'm gonna crawl underneath here and I'm gonna check to make sure that this sensor isn't leaking more oil. If it isn't, we're good. If it is, I'm gonna have to figure out where that leak's coming from, and that means it may not all be coming from the sensor. Oftentimes, guys, we should always double check our repairs and usually do that after about a week has gone by. Because if something didn't go right, now is a good time to fix it. But it also gives you long enough to see if there is a problem. All right, we still have a slight leak, guys, on here. I'm not going to get super carried away about it. It's not as bad as it was, but there is a slight leak there. I may show you guys that later on, but we're not going to do it today. Unfortunately, it means that I have to pull the whole front timing chain cover off of this truck yet again, which I do not feel like doing. So these 4.3s are notorious for oil leaks no matter what you do. It either leaks out of the rear main seal front cover or the oil pan itself. You can put all new parts in, all new seals, and it still leaks. These were not very well engineered engines, meaning that they were put together very quickly on a big assembly line. Speed was the key. Oftentimes they had other problems. When you buy 20-year-old vehicles like this one behind me, you will deal with problems like that. Oil leaks, coolant leaks, charging systems that need to be rebuilt, AC systems that need to be rebuilt, lighting that might be out on the vehicle. All of these are crucial systems that need to work, meaning you got to do your maintenance. And since we know the majority of vehicles on the road nowadays are over 10 years old, you guys, you're going to be doing your maintenance. Because if you don't, you're going to do it later on, whether you like it or not. So, all right, what I did for the exhaust. That happens from higher mileage. Yes, a lot of these oil leaks happen from higher mileage, such as a rear main seal. Over time, you're going to have to drop the transmission, put a seal in the back of the engine. This is maintenance, guys. That is hardcore maintenance when you're doing a rear main seal. Oftentimes, when I got to do a rear main, I might look to see if there's other problems because I might consider just pulling the motor and put a different motor in it. And we may be doing that still yet with projects that I have coming up, guys. So there might be projects coming up that we're going to do some motor pulling. I got a friend of mine coming over that's going to look at Big Red. If we have lifter issues on that truck, there is a very real possibility I'll be buying a used engine, stripping it down, and that is the engine we're going to rebuild for the channel. I thought about doing it for LS Goat, and we still might, but I need to get some bills paid. I just spent a lot to do this project over here, to do what I did on Big Red, and I'm doing some stuff slowly, getting some stuff for LS Goat, but it's going to take time. You guys can help by joining, hitting that join button down below. Mike C, good to see you in here. It's been a while. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, chat and likes help out the channel tremendously, guys. It gets the message out there. It lets other people see it. It really does kind of help us get this stream pushed out there. The more we can get this stream built up, the more I can do for you guys. The more projects we can do, the more in depth we can go, the farther we can do projects. So all your support is appreciated. Yeah, Mike, I'm doing good. It's been crazy. There's been a lot going on. I'll bring you up to speed. Jay already knows kind of what's been going on, but let's go ahead and rewind and back this up. All right, for Mike, basically, guys, we sold our Toyota Tacoma, which was the Silver Swine. We sold Malibu Steel. And let me do this in order. Let me do it in order. We sold Malibu Steel first. I used that money to get LS Goat, which is an 04 Pontiac GTO with the 6-speed manual. You guys haven't seen that car yet on this channel unless you've hit the join button down below and became a member of the channel. If you hit the join button, for as little as $3 a month, you guys get behind the scenes stuff. I debuted that car over there for my members only. I will be bringing it to the channel. It's just going to take me a little bit of time, guys. We've got a lot of projects that I got to get caught up on before I bring LS Goat in. So we got LS Goat. I sold Silver Swine outright, and then 2 weekends ago, almost 3 now, I bought a 2013 Chevy Silverado extended cab with the 6-foot box. 4x4 Z71, cloth interior, not leather, so it's not fully decked out. That is Big Red. Big Red is the newest addition to the channel. We still have Crimson Vortec for now. I've offered it to a friend. If he buys it, then I'm going to sell it. If not, I'm going to keep it. And then we still have Champagne Bubbles that is sitting down at a Kia dealership right now with motor issues. So that should bring Mike up to speed on what's been happening on the channel. Today, guys, you're going to see me unbox $2,500 worth of parts for this, for Big Red that's sitting outside, and a few for LS Goat. There's also one for that Honda that we had here a little while ago. Mike, are you in the Rust Belt area? Yes, I am. So I've already had Big Red undercoated along with Crimson Vortec. Honestly, Big Red is almost rust-free except for a little rust around the back wheel wells on the box. Otherwise, no rust on the rockers, no rust on the doors, and the frame was still really solid, which is why I bought a 2013. It only has 119,000 miles on it, so still extremely clean for what it was. It was a very good purchase. So yeah, very, very good purchase. Unfortunately, I'm in the Rust Belt, and yeah, I do have to undercoat if I want my vehicles to last. So this one got undercoated. Champagne Bubbles is undercoated. Um, LS Goat, we are going to do a slight undercoating project on it, but I'm not going to get super carried away. I basically just want to put a little bit of a layer of bed liner underneath it. It also helps for sound deadening, but it really does kind of just help keep things clean. Yeah, if you're in Ohio, rust is a massive, massive issue for you. You might as well be considered part of the Rust Belt at that point. I know that the Midwest is worse because we use a lot of salt, but you are in that area. So yeah, rust can be an issue, but so far, LS Goat has barely any rust on it for 128,000 miles on that car. Unfortunately, the miles on that car means that car has been throttled really hard, and we got to do a lot to bring it back up. The truck, not very many miles, doesn't look like they drove it very much in the winter, so super, super clean. Yeah, Jay, you don't have much problems with rust unless you have vehicles that are out on the beach constantly. Then the salt water might get at it, but for the most part, you guys don't have a big problem with rust out there. For you guys, it's the state pushing all of the emissions and EV garbage. All right. So let me break down how I fixed this exhaust. So as you guys know, I took that manifold apart and broke the bolts on it. So what I had to do is put cuts on the side and take an air hammer and punch the studs out because they were driven in and they were basically, the hole was not big enough, so when they drove them in, they went in tight and they wouldn't come out. They're designed that way from the factory. Bad idea in my mind. I'd rather have bolts that you can snap off, clean everything up, put new gaskets on it. That's really what I like. Fortunately, that's not what happened here. What happened was they snapped the bolts off, so I had to tap them out. But here's the problem. Most people try to drill those studs out. They're pressed in studs, so they try to drill them out. The problem is those are hardened studs. Because they're hardened, meaning they're going to be a lot harder to drill out without the drill bit walking around, even if you center punch it. So what I did is I put relief cuts in it, shaved them flat to the flange, I cut them flat to the flange, and then I took an air hammer and drove them out the back side. So that got the rusted studs out. Then I was able to take a grinder with a disc on it, clean off both flanges. I then used the copper high temp sealer and I sealed up this manifold gasket with the high temp sealer. So I have high temp sealer, gasket, high temp sealer, and then I put a bead of high temp sealant around the gasket. So when everything got sandwiched together, it was going to stay tight and I wasn't going to have air leaks. So right now that silicone is going to take the majority of the heat coming out of the back of the exhaust, meaning that we won't blow that new gasket out. And that's the proper way to fix it when you have a flange between your catalytic converter and your muffler. You need to seal that up and keep that from leaking. We did it on Malibu Steel before I sold it. We now have done it on this one. Big Red does not have one of those between the muffler and the cat, and we also have removed the muffler off of Big Red. So there was a mod there, and I'm going to show you guys what I did later on. We're not going to do it right now. We're probably not going to do it in the next few weeks. This one is the more important one to finish in the next few weeks. I'll get caught up on chats here. I've been looking for a truck, but most around me The frames are shot. Yeah, Mike, you're going to run into that. Honestly, you should probably look. You could probably look down in the Carolinas, possibly, or Tennessee, and maybe get one that isn't as bad. You're close enough there that it would be a short enough drive that, usually within that 300 to 500 miles, you're close enough to the edge of the Rust Belt that you could drive south enough to get a decent vehicle. Yeah, try looking for low mile ones. Like Jay said, that's always an option. Yeah, within your price range. Honestly, go to Car Gurus, go to Auto Trader. Well, not really Auto Trader anymore. Cars.com. Those are two big websites. Cars.com, Car Gurus. Those are the two big ones to find stuff in your price range. You're just going to have to realize you have to look farther south and be willing to drive to go pick them up. LS Goat came from South Dakota, guys. It was a South Dakota car. And it doesn't have rust, but it's been throttled really hard. It's been driven hard. So I do need to do some stuff to it. Yeah, trucks are crazy expensive. Trucks are crazy expensive everywhere you go. And the reason why is because they don't make very good trucks anymore. Ford makes an okay F-150, but the minute they go into the Lightning, the other thing is that GM still is making their V8, so the Silverados are okay, but you have lifter failure issues with the VVT because people don't do proper oil changes and don't do an engine oil flush. Something I will be doing a video on for you guys in the near future. Those are all big things. The other thing that you'll need to watch out for is like whether or not transmission flushes have been done, things like that. So all very valid things. But yeah, the reason that the price on the used truck market is so high right now is because a lot of manufacturers are not producing trucks that people want. They're too focused on the... Mike says, the southern stuff, I worry about flood cars. Yeah, the only thing is that if you stay near the Appalachian areas, you don't really have to worry about flooding so much in those cars. It's always a concern, and one way to check is look under carpeting. If you notice a lot of sand underneath carpeting, chances are it's been in a flood. So that's a quick way to tell if it's been in floods. The other way is to look underneath the engine hood and look for any wire looms and notice if there's a lot of sand in it. If there's a lot of sand in your wiring harnesses, that means it was flooded up to here. But carpet, it'll always, anytime you have water go in, it will always trap sand under the carpet. So that's a big, big way to tell. Yeah, the flood cars I would just stay away from. I really would. Jay makes a good point. It's a gamble. You're risking so much if the vehicle was so flooded out that chances are the computer is going to be flooded out. It's going to short circuit. It's going to have to be rebuilt. All your wiring harnesses are going to be shot. This is why they usually total out flood vehicles. Because the cost of replacing your body control module, your motor, your ECM, replacing all your wire harness, it isn't worth the cost. It's way too expensive to replace those components. It's no different than replacing a motor or transmission. It really isn't. All right. Let's get some wrenches in the chat if you guys are ready for me to start this unboxing. Toss some wrenches up down there and we'll get to the unboxing, guys. we got a lot to unbox. I bet you I have a good hour, maybe hour and a half of unboxing. Honestly, it's 3 projects, 3 full projects. Jay, thanks. Thank you. All right, guys. Let's get to unboxing. I always start by grabbing a little blade here, guys. Just a little blade to open up boxes. I would use my other one, but it's not YouTube friendly. So I will not use that one. It's not YouTube friendly and YouTube approved. So I'll use this. All right, so we'll start with the first one. Guys, this is a small box. It's just going to have some small stuff in it. A lot of stuff you guys are going to see is going to be Amazon stuff. I ordered quite a bit from them because we are doing some modification stuff. So that's a huge hint about what's coming up, guys. We're doing a lot of different stuff that it just didn't pay for me to buy this stuff from an auto parts store. All right, so our first box looks like it has some stickers in it and some lights. And these are what I was looking for. So first we've got some headlights. These are LED lights. I'm going to guess that these are for Big Red. Yeah, these are saying fog lights. Yep. These are the fog lights for Big Red. So I'm going to separate these boxes out as I'm doing this because it'll help me keep things organized. I also got these little, I basically call these things snack lights. Let's see, what do we got? 07 Classic model and 99 to 07 Chevy Silverado. What's a good brand and year to look at? My dad's Chevy 1500. He had to replace the motor due to the cylinder shut off. Yeah, you're talking about the 07s all the way up to the newer stuff. So this one here does have the cylinder cutouts. Unfortunately, we're not going to mess with this one. This is a 2017. We're not going to mess with the VVT engine. Big Red also has the VVT engine that could possibly have collapsing lifters. If it does, I will be doing that motor as a project on the channel. The truck is good enough, it's worth fixing if that becomes an issue. So here you guys go. This is just a little, I call them snack lights or just little LED lights that you can put in an interior to brighten it up. What it comes with is a magnetic strip that you can put this up underneath a rocker panel and it'll light up underneath as you're using the vehicle. So trying to see how to shut them off. Oh, just touch and hold. So just little lights. These are trinket items that we're going to have. I bought a set of these for the LS Goat, and I also bought a set for Big Red. That's more or less if I'm driving somewhere at night and I just want a little extra light underneath. Yeah. Honestly, if you're looking at the 07s and newer, just know that you could have VVT engine issues, which means you might have to take and pull the cam out, put new lefters in it. I would honestly do the AFM delete if that's the way you're going to go. Delete out the active fuel management if that's the route you want to take. And the reason I'm saying that is because by deleting it out, you're alleviating a lot of your problems that you're going to have. That's for the LS Goat, guys. These are LED turn signals for LS Goat. Yeah, they'd be great for golf carts, all right, because that's about all they're actually worth. The VVT or variable valve timing is just, it's a bad idea to begin with. It was a bad idea when they first did them. So as far as I'm concerned, it was a no-go all the way around. I really, really did not care for them. And honestly, guys, Big Red will probably get a motor in it because of that reason. I will probably do a motor project on Big Red. I'm going to probably cam it up more than what it already is to unlock some horsepower. At the same time, I'm not going to get too carried away to where my heads are going to be useless or the fact that I might have to put pistons in it. I'm going to try to keep it as close to normal stock, but bump the power as far as I can without having to play with the fuel management. I don't want to be messing with fuel injectors. So I will probably push up to the limit, but I will not go over. All right, these are for doing blackout badges on the front and back of Big Red. That's right, we're going to go blacked out badges on Big Red. So, first box gone and done, guys. Right here. First one done. Only about 8 more to go. We'll go with the next small one here. Like I said, guys, we're unboxing $2,500 worth of parts today. Mike says, show us how to delete the AFM when you get to it, assuming that is what you're going to do. Correct, I will be. I will show you guys everything on stream when it comes to deleting that AFM. And because of the new law that was passed, I can do it without getting in trouble now. The fines for doing deleting are 0. So because of that, I can show everything on stream. This box has some LED stuff in it, guys. Actually, no, it does not. I stand corrected. So, if you guys remember, let's rewind. Guys, 2 weeks ago, I did a battery replacement on key fobs. If you guys remember what happened, I shattered one of the key fobs because they were glued together and never meant to be taken apart. Big, big problem if you ever need to replace the batteries. Because I couldn't replace the batteries in it, I wound up having to buy new key fobs. And now I'm looking to see, yep, they flat out tell me, do not go to a dealer and contact a certified locksmith. They gave me a specific tag that says that. So I will be contacting a locksmith. I will be seeing if they can come out, and we will be doing a video on programming key fobs for LS Goat. That is correct. LS Goat key fob, we shattered that thing. Actually, I still got it here. And we shattered it because we were trying to pull this apart to change the battery in it. You guys can see it. It doesn't go back together right. And honestly, so I need to have this one reprogrammed. and I will have them just cut me new keys at the same time. So I'll have them cut this blank, and I will have 2 new keys. Now, hopefully the new key will have a way that we can replace this battery without breaking it like we did this one. Unfortunately, I don't think it will. They look the exact same, meaning that if the battery fails in this one, I'm still going to have to buy a new key. For LS Goat, that is a huge... Because some of the nice feature about having the sports car is having the keyless entry. It doesn't have remote start, and it would never have it because it's a manual car. But it's nice to have one that has working key fob. This one kind of worked, but it sucked. I had to be really close to the car to get it to work. I was going to try to change the battery, and it wound up shattering the case because they glued it in. They did not design it to replace the battery. So, huge L. And unfortunately, yeah, I will have to contact a locksmith, have them come out, and we will do a program on it. Mike says, oh, is that a state-based law? No. The EPA was going after shops that were doing deleting on diesel trucks and people that were deleting off the active fuel management on gasoline trucks. So the EPA was the one going after people. That had massive fines and penalties attached to it. And because I do have a legal business doing car repair, I can't delete it without eating the fines. So I chose to stay away from it for the longest time, but now that the new administration went in, they got rid of all of the EPA laws and penalties and lowered them to 0. So that's why I can delete it and show you guys now on screen. And I will be doing that. That will be a project we will be doing. More than likely, it's going to wind up happening on Big Red because LS Goat does not have any of that. LS Goat is a old school 5.7 block. It's an old school 5.7 block that has performance heads on it, but the cam is a little weak and the intake kind of sucks. So there will be an upgrade on that one, doing an intake project, but I really, really don't want to dig all the way into LS Goat because the car is already pretty awesome. It needs some fine tuning. It needs to be brought back to life by doing a tune-up. And hopefully I will see some of those parts in some of these boxes. Next, we got a little bag here hiding. We actually got a couple of bags. One of them has some stuff I'm going to show you guys. And I'll bring up why that was important here in just a second. So I am pretty certain that these are for LS Goat. These are 10 millimeter spark plug wires. Why 10 millimeter spark plug wires? Of course, because we're going to put high voltage coils on that car. And with high voltage coils, high voltage wires, and with E3 spark plugs, we are going to massively change the ignition system on that car. We are going to wake it up in a way that it probably hasn't been woken up since brand new. And it's going to give us the option that if we did an intake project on it and we did do a little bit of performance stuff to it, we could probably take it to the dyno and unlock another probably 30 to 50 horsepower. So these are some of the projects that we have coming up, guys. You guys are seeing a lot for LS Goat right now. I got to figure out where these spark plugs go, though. with 3 tune-up projects, yeah, I had no way to know which spark plugs were going to be for which vehicle. So that's kind of my part. So what I'm going to probably wind up doing is we're doing E3 on this. We're doing E3 on Big Red outside. We're doing E3 on LS Goat. We're also, if we're doing a tune-up on this, we're doing E3s on that as well. Why E3 spark plugs? E3 spark plugs give you better fuel mileage. They also give you a more complete burn, which means less emissions. Not that I'm too concerned about the emissions part of it, because you guys already know I talked to you guys about that ad nauseum, about how that works. But I'm more concerned about the fuel saving portion of that. What I will save in fuel within 2 fuel tanks pays for those spark plugs. And honestly, they're not that much more than a basic double platinum plug. A double platinum is usually about $4 to $6. E3s are going to run you at least $7. So a little bit more, yes, but not a crazy amount. All right, we got another box here hiding. I'm hoping this one has some coils in it. It's like I said, we've got coils for this one. We've got coils for Big Red outside. And we've got coils for LS Goat. Oh, do we have coils? 2, 4, 6, 8. These are all coils for one vehicle. Let's take a look at what coils these are. So, when you're talking 5.3s, you have 2 different coils. Your first coil is what they call a square coil. Your second one is what they call a round coil. I'm about to explain the difference here in just a minute. These are going to be for Big Red. These are the round coils, guys. This is what all the part shops ask you. Do you have square or round? This is the round coil. The square one is squared off. It doesn't have this rounded edge. It just looks like a square or rectangle with these sticking out. We will see those in just a little bit. We had one from Mike here. Are you going to dyno the LS before the work? I have thought about that, but here's the thing. The car desperately needs a tune-up. And when I mean desperately needs a tune-up. I can't buy an air filter for it because it's a rare car. The air filter, the only place I can get an air filter is from California. There's only one available, and it is very expensive, almost to the point I can put a cold air intake in LS Goat. So it's going to get a cold air intake right off the bat with a full tune-up. Then I will do the dyno test, because the dyno will set the benchmark once we got it running right. Right now, it does have a hesitation. It does have a slight misfire. So I do gotta do the tune-up before I take it. Otherwise, I'm just defeating the purpose. So, coils. So far, we are missing a lot of parts, guys. And I was told I got them all, so if my mailman messed up and didn't bring them all to me, I will be very, very unhappy. Okay, so we got one box here. This is premium front hood for LS Goat. It just seems like we're unboxing everything for LS Goat. So much more for Big Red and for this Tahoe. And I'm just not, I haven't seen anything for the Tahoe yet, so I'm not too happy about that. I'm hoping it's in the bigger box. I've got 3 fairly large boxes coming up. All right, two different shock styles. This one is for the hood. This one is for the trunk. On LS Goat, we are going to be changing the hood. I'm going to go with a GTO style hood. That is a fiberglass hood. I may not be able to run my hood ones, but I want my trunk ones replaced because my trunk does not stay up very well unless it's all the way up. Some of that is, there's also a broken spoiler on that car that I've got a spoiler on the way for that. And I am spoiling everything that we are going to be doing on the next couple of projects for quite a while. Yeah, Mike, I definitely got to get it running right before we take it to a dyno. I don't want to take it to the dyno and do a horrible dyno test just to get the numbers, because I already know the numbers are going to be bad. Plus, with doing the cold air intake, remember what I told you guys. If you do a cold air intake, you have to tune it. So we'll be able to do 2 in 1. I'll be able to fully tune it up, get it running really nice, really smooth, without the programming in it for the cold air intake. I'll be able to program it, unlock some horsepower, get that stuff all straightened out, which makes it more usable. And then as we start adding power to it, or do a cam or any of that, we'll be able to do a lot more with it. Well, they sent High Temp RTV. I don't like using this, plus it's from Toyota. Last time I checked, these weren't Toyota valve covers. They're LS valve covers for the LS Goat. But they gave me enough silicone, I could probably do a giveaway of silicone. Mike, not spoiling, building excitement. Well, thank you, Mike. All right, I'm saving all the big packages till the end, guys. Like Mike said, building suspense. All right, so we need to start seeing coils for LS Goat. We need to start seeing coils for this one over here. These are E3 spark plugs for Big Red. It says it right on the package, so this is a good thing. That tells me that we got those spark plugs right now. I got the spark plugs for this one already set aside for the E3s when we're ready to do those. I am going to guess, because those were the E3 spark plugs, they sent me the coils. I could be wrong here. These may not be coils. No, they're not coils. No, they're not coils. Hi, for those of you joining in at our regular time. We started early for big repair and unboxing parts. Correct. Thank you, Hi. You guys are catching us in the unboxing stage of the video. We already did our project. I'll recap that when we're done unboxing. If you guys know what this is, then you guys know what I'm about to do to Big Red. I'll give you guys one more peek of what that looks like. So, when we do the video, I will explain this one pretty well. And more than likely, I'm going to do this one and a couple of LEDs at the same time. So I'll probably do this one and another one for the license plate, and I'll probably do some floor liner stuff. You guys will see floor liners in just a bit. Better make sure I don't lose the gasket for it. All right, we're going to get into some big boxes here now, guys. The reason I'm saying big boxes is some of these are kind of heavy. And here's the thing. This thing over here has the MagneRide in it. MagneRide suspension, meaning that there's a wire connected to the struts and the rear shocks. This one desperately needs them. They are expensive. We're talking big money to replace those systems in these trucks. This is one reason why you would want to stay away from the LTZs or the higher packages. You would want to stick to the LT packages that do not have the MagneRide. Mike, that's a good tip for you right there. Stay away from the LTZs. A lot of your LTZs are going to have MagneRide, and MagneRide suspensions are expensive to replace the struts and shocks. Struts and shocks need to be replaced. Down in the chat, you guys know, put it down there. How many miles should you drive a vehicle before you have to put shocks and struts in it? Be two answers I will accept. How many miles before you put in new shocks and struts? And all this did when they did the MagneRide was add more cost to that repair. That's all they did. They jacked up the price on the repair. Aim high. Yeah, see, okay, allow me to clarify. Aim high made a very solid point. The Kia models don't have a MagneRide suspension. It is something that GM did on their expensive pickups. So, with that being said, if you're buying a GM and you're buying the expensive packages, you're going to pay more to do basic suspension repair. Struts and shocks are basic suspension repair. I've driven this one for 4 years. This one already needs new shocks and struts in it, but it also needs a steering gearbox. That's why this one doesn't steer very good. Something I'm going to get to, and it's going to be a video. We are going to do that one. Mike says, 75K guessing. You're very close. I will accept that as an answer. So if you're going by the manual, 50K. If you're going by what most people do for most vehicles, between that 80 to 100K is when you should do shocks and struts. Usually, it's about a 3 to 5 year mark. This one's getting close. I owned it for 4. I put it all in brand new. I already need to put them in. I don't even have 50K on this one, and I already need to replace them because the quality of what I put in wasn't the best. So I'm going to look for better quality this time when I go to replace these so I don't have to do it again. On this one, 80K is pushing it, and they're very expensive. So let's take a look at what other parts we got in here. Guys, the only reason I'm able to do some of these repairs is because I do work on other people's stuff, and I'm able to put some of that back into other projects, such as Big Red, such as LS Go, such as Crimson Vortec. The only reason we haven't done much on Champagne Bubbles is because there's a warranty on that. Right here, guys, wires. So these are also 10 millimeter wires that could go on coils. Now this set of 10 millimeter wires are probably going to be the same size for this one and that one. What I need to know is which ones will clip onto the round coils and which ones will clip onto the squares. That has the square coils. You guys are going to see those in just a bit. For now, I'm going to put them with Big Red. So for now, I'm going to put those wires with Big Red. When I find the other set of wires, we're going to do a side-by-side comparison. I told you guys about LED lights. Again, Big Red. Also more LED lights for Big Red. Also more lights for Big Red. The reason we do lights in the way we do them is because we don't want to take the lenses back out. When we go in here to change a light, we're going to replace the high beam, the low beam, the turn signals, and the clearance lights. We're going to take care of all of it in one shot. The reason for that is oftentimes we have to peel the grills out in order to get the headlights out. Oftentimes we have to access them through fender wells, meaning we got to take the fender wells out in order to gain access. If we have to do all that work, we're not going to put one bulb in it. Because you put one bulb in it, next week the next bulb goes out. Because you weren't thinking ahead and planned it out to just do them all and put all new in. If one starts going, it means that other ones are about to go. That's why we have to do this upgrade. The LEDs honestly don't cost much. They really don't. I don't think I spent even $75 on LEDs. And the one that costed the most was the one that goes over the back of the cab. That was the most expensive one. That one was probably over 100. But the rest of them together were not over 100. And when you're talking LEDs versus incandescent, the cost difference is minimal, but the vision that you get out of the how far you can see is so much greater. Polyurethane bushings. Upper control arms. Why would I need upper control arms? Let's see if Mike or Jane know the reason. Why would I be putting upper control arms in this? And it's not for this. Why would I be doing upper control arms? Welcome to our Sunday live stream. If this is the first time you've checked out one of our streams, feel free to chat in down below. We do this every Sunday at 3 p.m. Central and 7 p.m. Central. 7 p.m. is our recap and news. 3 is our projects. So, why would I need upper control arms? I will wait for you guys to text that in. Why would I be doing upper control arms on Big Red? Awesome. I think I know what this is. I'll let Jay answer. I could only assume they are bad. Jay says probably bad, and that you had to replace it. Incorrect. The ones I got are in perfect shape. There's another reason why. And it should be in one of these other boxes. Nope, you guys are wrong of why I would be replacing them. The ones I got are good, but there's a very specific reason why I need to replace them. This is next week's episode, guys. This is next week. We will be seeing a car return that was here for over a month, and it's getting this. I'm not going to spoil everything that's getting put onto this, but I can tell you that there's a lot. All right, I'll stop teasing you guys. The reason why is I plan on putting a leveling kit in Big Red. And I can't stand trucks that nosedive. It absolutely is infuriating to me to have a truck that nosedives. I also hate the California squat, so sorry about that, Jay, but I got to call that out. I cannot stand California squat trucks, so when it comes to that, I don't want it to squat in the back, and I don't want it to squat in the front. So I do leveling kits on my trucks. Some of it is because I live in winter climates. Winter climates, I don't... Yep, Mike just got it, lift kit. It's actually going to be closer to a leveling kit, but it's going to be a 2-inch leveling kit is what I'm going to be putting in there. Again, this is for Big Red. That's a project for a much later date. We will not be doing the leveling kit in Big Red until this one over here is done. All right, I have not seen any of my MagnaRide suspension stuff. I have 2 big boxes, well, 3 big boxes left. One of them I know will not have it in there. Didn't I leave my blade in that box? Or in a box? Apparently I left my blade in one of the boxes, and I'm not about to go fishing around for them, so just going to get a new one out of the package. I will find it when I start taking this stuff back out to actually do the installs on it. A lot of these parts I'm going to put inside the vehicles that I'm working on so I can keep them all organized. That's a pro tip for you guys. If you're working on more than one car, try to organize your parts so that they go where they belong, and then put them in the vehicle that you're going to put them on. There's 2 boxes sitting in this one. One of them's a blower motor for Crimson Vortec. The other one is a electrical component for the wiper motor. We will probably be doing that one in the near future. There's a circuit board for the wiper motor on this one that handles the delay and everything. This is the expensive model on this truck. So I will have to play around with that. Jay says, squatted trucks don't really exist in a small city where I live. Are you in the north? Just wondering, is what Aim High asks. Jay is out by the ocean. Yeah, squatted trucks are one of those things that, in my mind, it's like they waste all the money to put the lift kit in the front, but then they don't finish the back, which is the cheapest part. Dumb if you ask me. Mike says, I have a question. All aftermarket body adjustments, tons of kids and teens doing them and doing them wrong. Correct. Honestly, what it is people buy these cheap lift kits online. They slap half of it in the front and they don't even touch the back. For me, I want the vehicle level. The reason why is usually I want ground clearance. I want to have enough ground clearance so that I'm not plowing snow while I'm driving. This is why Big Red's going to get this upgrade. It's a winter truck. I'm going to drive it in the winter. I need the four-wheel drive to work, and I don't want to be pushing snow with the front air dam on the bottom. So when I put the 2-inch leveling kit in it, it will bring the gap on the back tires and the front to the same height. And if you do it right, you can set a level on the box and it will actually look perfectly level. Sometimes you want it dropped a little bit, like you want a little bit bubbled down to the front, because if you do put anything in the box, you're going to notice that it will look like it's squatting, even though it's not. So I may be adjusting what I'm doing, but I will be raising it no less than an inch. It may go 2 inches, and that's what I'm looking for now in one of these boxes. It's good to have you guys in here on a Sunday. My mods are chatting it up down below. If you guys are in here, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I know my mods have already done it. I've already checked them out, so I know they've already smashed that like for me, and they've already they're already chatting it up in the channel here. So awesome, awesome. Okay, let's keep going here. So next, this one is a little heavier. Jay says I keep my level on stock height. Yeah, I don't like doing a full lift kit. I have done them. Honestly, it's a lot of work. I prefer leveling kits. It gets you the look that you want without having to lift it all the way up to the sky. Honestly, lift kits wear out a lot of components, just like Mike is saying. So when you put in big lift kits, it wears out tires faster. It wears suspension components faster. It eats up shocks and struts faster. It all adds wear, which is why I don't usually do lift kits. Leveling kit is another story. The only reason we're doing control arms, guys, is I've done so many Chevys where we haven't done the front upper A-arms. And what happens is we can only get about an inch out of the lift before we start rubbing the strut on the A-arm, meaning that I need to put the A-arm in order to get me to the 2-inch mark that I want the truck to sit level. Again, if I don't like the spacer, I won't be using that one, and I'll find a different way to space that lift kit out. So I got some more parts that I'm unboxing here, and some of them I know what they are, some of them I don't. I'm pretty sure these are for LS Goat. These are high voltage coils, guys. We're going to check right now. If they belong in this one or if they belong in LS. If they're for the LS, then I'm going to put them with the stuff for the Goat. and that stuff's going to get put in the car later on. These are more than likely for LS Goat. On this one, the plug-in is on this side and the wire is on this side. So the wire goes down to the spark plug. The plug-in is on the top. These are going to be for the LS. And I'm going to make sure that I got all 8 of them. Yes, I got all 8 of them. Guys, these are high voltage coils. The reason you run high voltage coils is because you're going to run something like an E3 spark plug with a bigger wire, meaning that you're going to carry more spark into the cylinder. You carry more spark into the cylinder, you can add more fuel. The dyno tuner will be able to do all of that. They'll be able to tune it, give it more fuel, and only if it's getting more air. So if we do the cold air intake, which is going to be an actual cold air intake, because like I said, I can't get an air filter for that car. If I increase the airflow in, increase the spark, and I can increase the exhaust flow out, which I have a trick for that, and I will be showing you guys that, that will also help us to tune it and get it running top notch for what's in there currently. Is it where we're going to stop? Not by any means, guys. Over the next couple of years, we're going to do a lot with LS Goat that will take it from a normal performance sports car to something pretty stout. I don't want to get super carried away with it because my goal with that car is to keep it so that it gets traction. Right now, I can go from 6th gear to 3rd gear and it will instantly hook, transfer weight back, and will accelerate 20 miles an hour just from doing that shift alone. In order to unlock more power, we also need to be able to put that power to the ground. These are the kind of discussions we're going to have with LS Goat. This is why I went that route with that car and why we're doing stuff like this. But yes, I did red valve cover, black brackets that hold the red coils with the big red wires. If you guys haven't guessed what color the car is yet, you probably aren't paying attention. Mike says, what are your future plans with the Goat? My future plans with the Goat for now is to get it tuned up, do a few minor things that it needs. I don't plan on racing it professionally. It's going to be a keeper, not really a race car, but if somebody pulls up alongside me at a stoplight, I want to make sure I'm going to win that. So I will be playing around with it. I will not be leaving it bare bones stock. There will be some modifications in the future with it. It's going to take time. That's my power adders to that car are going to probably be some of my last mods to that car. It's not going to be high priority. Okay, I'm not going to put performance as high priority on that car, but I am going to get it tuned up and running top notch, not only to optimize fuel mileage, but put the most power to the ground that I can with what is currently in the car. I'm going to unlock some hidden potentials. So I want to use that time to show most people how to unlock horsepower in a sports car. Then we will get carried away with heads, cam, possibly an engine build, definitely a new clutch, maybe some gear changes. Mike says, nice, looking forward to see the transformation. You and I both. All right, so you might ask, what am I holding here in my hands? This is one of the first things that we need for this truck. Mud flaps. You might ask, why do we need mud flaps on this truck here? If you guys don't know, Tahoes have a wiring harness in the back. This wiring harness, if you don't put mud flaps on it, is exposed to everything that gets kicked up behind the rear bumper. A lot of the Tahoes have wiring issues in the back because they didn't put mud flaps on. A simple mud flap fixes all of those problems and keeps the wire harnesses from getting hung up with snow and ice and debris and getting water and everything slung into that harness and onto the wires. So, this is one thing that we've got to do to this vehicle. And front rear, front right. These are rights. These are lefts. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to check to make sure that these fit with the fender flares that are on here, and they do. And they drop down so that nothing gets kicked up behind. It's going to save our rocker panels. It's going to save our doors. It's going to save our step, because this is going to take all of the abuse, not the undercarriage. Back ones are perfect. So these fit perfectly with our steps and with everything. These are a nice upgrade for my customer. They are going to love having really good mud flaps on here so that they can keep all the sling off of this black paint. Black paint is one of the worst to keep clean. So for now, those are going to go in here. We're not going to install those today, but we will have that as a video, guys. All right, we got 2 more boxes in. I know what this one is. This is heavy. So, remember, we were just talking about that leveling kit. Guys, we've already unboxed so much stuff. It's crazy. This is literally 3 projects, guys. Between the 3 projects, not including what I want to do to this one, just to get this one ready to go, and the radio that we have to do next week, guys, I have like 2 years worth of projects in everything we got here. The only reason I had to do this is some of these have to be done quickly. The stuff on this needs to be done quickly so I can get this back out, get the money back in to pay for what you guys have already seen for Big Red and LS Goat. Right here, guys. 2-inch spacer. Now, this isn't 2 inches, but this gives you 2 inches of lift on the front of your truck. The only way that these won't go in is if this is a leveling strut. I won't know if it's a leveling strut until I put it in, but this plate goes on top like so. It will slide down and get bolted on with the bolts that are here. There's going to be another set of bolts that are going to go through to the top, and that goes up in. Guys, do know that we have to rotate this if we're going to use this spacer. So, there may be a day where I opt to not run this spacer. If I don't, the spacer I will resell. These are very common. Plus, the vehicle that I'm putting them on is an extremely common vehicle. I can sell these easily. I wanted to have them for when I do that project. Either way, the A-arms have to go in that we already set off to the side. This already has to go in. And then we'll decide how much we need to add. We can either add down here, which I don't like to do, or we put our spacer on the top. That's how we do leveling kits, guys. That is the safe way to do a leveling kit. Anything else is not safe. And honestly, I don't like doing them on the underside because on the underside, it can kick out or snap bolts. It's better to do the top spacer and rotate it until you can get it up into place. This is only giving us more ground clearance on the front of Big Red. All right, so we're still missing a set of coils yet that I know that I need. And then the Magnaride stuff. I'm going to guess that all the Magnaride is in one box. I've got one long box that says heavy on it. So heavy that it actually says 2 people to lift that box. So if that's the case, this should be coils and wires. So here's wires, holders, for now I'm going to put these back in here. The reason I'm going to probably put this stuff on here is because when I pull that coil should match what's on here. So let's see if they match. These are also a high voltage coil. This is the coil I need for this. Now, can I mix match the wires? Remember, I bought the heavier gauge wires for Big Red. The only reason I couldn't is if the wires don't reach. So, in order to verify that, so here's how we find out if these wires are different lengths. I'm going to take one wire from this pack. Actually, it's all one pack, so I'm just going to pull them all out because they've got them zip tied together. And then I'm going to grab one wire out of here. These are stock size wires, guys. Stock. 100% stock. The only thing is that they look cool because they're red. Okay? These are not the high voltage wires. I really don't want to run these on Big Red. There is a slight length difference. So this length difference might make a difference whether or not I can run these. One way I can test is see if these are going to fit. And there's plenty of room to run these on this. So these I'm saving for Big Red. Why? Because if we upgrade, because we have AFM issues, active fuel management issues, and we have to do a cam, I will probably put a cam in that truck. I will slightly cam it up, not enough to mess with the major parts of the motor, but enough that we can unlock some power. By doing that and running the high voltage coils with these wires, we are able to unlock some horsepower with the E3 spark plugs and gain fuel mileage. This is what a tune-up looks like, guys. This is what we do when we do a 100K tune-up. Coils, wires, plugs, shocks and struts. We check our upper control arms. We check our lower control arms. We check our drive shaft. We do a transmission flush. We change the coolant unless we have already done it. That's what a 100K service looks like. At 150, what you're actually only doing is your rear and front differentials and your transfer case. The majority of your stuff is done at 100K. If I do the active fuel management delete on Big Red, and I'm only doing it if I have to. If I start having lifter failure issues, I will do a motor for that truck. I know I said most of the time the motors, when they go, they take out the vehicle. Big Red is clean enough and in good enough shape, it's worth the cost to put a motor in it. Only time I can justify it. But that's only if as I repeat, only if there's an active fuel management issue. If there is, we will do it. Hopefully I will have some good news and I can get a few years out of having, doing some of these other projects to where I don't have to do that one right away. But I do have a tick. I'm a little concerned that it may not be a coil. Tune up for this truck. This one's got 103 on it, guys. That's why we're putting all this stuff together. That's why we're doing all of this. Because this one's ready for its 100K. We got to do the 100K on this one. My truck, it's at 118. It's time to do the 100K. Mike says, what's your thoughts on a vehicle that having a sealed transmission and say basically don't worry about it?
You stupid.
Bad idea. Bad idea. That fluid needs to be changed at 100K. If it's not changed at 100K, it starts eating itself up. At a certain point, I want to say over 125 to 150, you don't do a transmission flush. You will actually burn out your transmission because you didn't change the fluid when you were supposed to, so it incrementally gained metal shavings within that transmission to where the only thing keeping that transmission going is the metal shavings.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
And it pisses me off when people don't do that transmission flush. It is one of the most simple things you can do. A shop can do it in a couple of hours, and it will save you so much money. Guys, a transmission costs you $1,000 per gear. That's an 8-speed transmission. That's $8,000 when that transmission goes out. GM also screwed up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
GM also screwed up and put a thermostat in the transmission to heat up the fluid faster. This does damage to the transmission. It causes shuddering in the transmission. If you're going to buy 2015 and newer, buy under 100K, get the transmission flush done, and get that bypass put in that coolant line or the oil line for the transmission. Get that bypass done. You have to do it. It's going to cost you about $500 to do that. But when you do that, you extend the life of that transmission to now it will last the life of the vehicle. Give me ones if that all made sense to you guys. I just unlocked some huge knowledge right there for you guys. Most people do not know that fact. They do not know what I just said. Awesome, awesome. All right, so we're getting down there on boxes, guys. We're getting down there on boxes. I've got a huge mess in my garage with boxes. I'm saving the Magna Ride for last, and they had better be in that long box. Here is the next one I'm going to unbox for you guys. You guys know I've used WeatherTech floor liners in the past. Planned obsolescence. Yeah, basically. Basically. And it is very, very frustrating that they have allowed things like that to happen. So, there it is. Thought I almost lost another razor blade. Oh, of course. And they glued the box shut. Here, I'm going to set this one down. Yes, basically that's kind of their way of making sure that vehicles don't last 10 years. Because auto manufacturers lose money when vehicles last more than 10 years. So they fastened some screws to the bag. These are supposed to go through my floor, through my carpet, and they're supposed to hold down the floor liners. But honestly, the floor liners should be able to hold themselves. These are new floor liners from Husky. These are supposed to replace the WeatherTechs because it was too hard for me to get WeatherTechs. I tried getting WeatherTechs for my truck, and they were super, super expensive. I wasn't going to spend that much on Big Red, and I wanted something to protect the carpeting. This will do a nice job. It gives me a splash on the side so that when people get in and out, it won't trap dirt between the rubber mat and the sill. So we are going to be putting these in when we do the LED light upgrade on the truck. That will be all in one video. I'm not gonna make a special video out of that. I did that with the Silver Swine. I'm not gonna do that with this. I'll put these in when I do the LED lights, which it's a few weeks out. Honestly, it's a few weeks out. You guys already know next week we have that radio project that I just set over on the bench. That one we're going to be doing first because that one needs to go back out. We also need to do an oil change on that car because they're already at their mileage on that oil change. So we're going to do the oil change on it and we're going to put that radio in it. That radio has a lot of features to do, so that's next week's video. The one after that, we're going to start this project. So I may not get to Big Red for possibly a few weeks. But I wanted to get this stuff, so I had it here. Some of these things run out and you can't get them. So when you see them, sometimes you have to buy them. Now, I'm not saying you should justify going out and spending $6,000 in car parts unless you are doing stuff for customers and can pay for that. Never a good idea to go out and do a spending spree and put it all on credit cards because that's a poor idea. And honestly, that would be very, very, very bad advice if I ever told anyone to do that. All right, so we're opening this one up. This is supposed to have the Magna Ride stuff in it, but the box feels too light for this, which means I don't think I have my Magna Ride stuff. Nope. And now I'm ticked off. These, maybe. This one's pretty heavy. Yep, these are it. These are Magnaride head unit, UGG. The integration into cars nowadays makes aftermarket radio somewhat impossible. Yeah, it does. Luckily, this is a '03 Honda Accord, so it's still old enough we can get away with changing out a head unit. So guys, the way Magnaride stuff works is it uses an air system plugged into here, an electrical connection here, and it bolts in top and bottom. What it does is it adds air to adjust for how much pressure it needs. If your Magnaride system's not working, oftentimes you point to these because the electrical components of these do fail over time. The other thing that can fail is the air system that runs these. So we will be checking both, but these need to be replaced on this one because it's already at 100K. So, good to see these. We needed these. Oreo, good to see you in here today. And now we got a nice long box. Oreo, you missed a lot of unboxing, man. We unboxed $2,500 worth of car parts today. Take it on a country road after you replace some. That's how you test them to make sure they work. Take them on a back gravel road someplace and make sure they're biting when they're supposed to. All right, so what is hiding in here that's I bought these for Big Red because mine are missing the rears. So these are designed as vent shades. You can see them back here on Crimson Vortex. Not stuck my arm in there like that. These are a low profile design, meaning that they're not very thick. If you get auto vent shades are really thick. They stick out really far. They hook wind. So these are a better way to go. Also, you'd want to make sure that the double-sided tape on the back is stuck on properly before you do this. Now, they do not include alcohol wipes, so you will need to use isopropylene, usually 91. You can use the other kind, I think it's 70 something. So you can use that, but make sure you use isopropylene to wipe where these are going to go. These are out of channel vent shades, meaning that these stick outside of the vent. They stick on the body panel. This is where you'd want them to attach. The ones that are in the channel, you have to stick up inside the channel, and then that adhesive stays stuck inside that channel. So if these ever fall off or break, or you take them off, you wind up having adhesive inside the rubber seal for the window. I hate doing that because oftentimes you have to replace that rubber seal. So I prefer out of channel vent shades. This allows you to vent the vehicle, but still keep the look. The only thing I'm concerned about is because these are so thin, it may not let me vent my back windows with these on. So I will check that and make sure that they work properly before I go through all the work of putting these on. But this will probably be a separate video, guys, because we're going to have to take the old ones off. All right, guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Toss some wrenches up in the chat for me, guys. We just unboxed $2,500 worth of parts. One of them missing, and that was some of the $2,500. Actually, that was a good chunk of the $2,500, which, you know what? I am going to check something right now. Go figure. The ones I need, guys, for the front of this thing on the Magna Ride, they're running late. I could get a refund if I wanted to request one. But I need them to ship those out. So if they don't ship them out, I'm gonna have to get a refund. Once that refund clears, I'm gonna have to get them ordered. But it's the front struts for the Magna Ride. It basically looked like the front struts that I pulled for Big Red, only they have a wire sticking out of the top. Very similar to the rear style that you saw where the wire was at the top. Very similar, only this looks like the strut with a wire coming out. That was a very expensive piece. Very, very expensive piece. Awesome, 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 guys. Today was a big day. I'm glad I got started early with the unboxing and everything that we had to do. I'm glad that we got this stuff unboxed and you guys can see some of the future projects. For my mods that are always here, you guys are awesome. I really do appreciate that. We have a little more time, so I'm not ending the video yet, but I really kind of want to say thank you to you guys. You guys are helping me kind of keep going. All the likes and subscribes really do help to build the channel. We're really trying to grow this year. We're doing good. We're making a lot of progress in growth on the channel, and I'm looking forward to continuing that as we go. The new streaming software has really kind of messed with my flow of videos and my views, but we're getting it figured out. We're working through it. We got to keep doing what we're doing for a long enough time for everything to work out. Mike asks, when are you going to do the strut work? I am thinking my REV4 needs them replaced. So as soon as the Magna Rides come in for the front, I'm going to have to do them. Big Red is not going to happen right away. As much as I want to get the leveling kit in it, I can't put a customer job over my stuff when I don't need it at this second. If I needed it this second, I would be doing that and not this. I couldn't do anything on this because I didn't have this stuff unboxed. I just got most of this stuff in the mail this week. So that's why I wanted to do the unboxing for you guys, show you guys what we do, how we order parts, how we prepare for projects, the things that we need to plan for ahead of time. That's what this was showing you guys, this part of it. But I need to figure out where those front struts are. I'm going to be doing that probably after I end the video today or first thing tomorrow, since I have some time tomorrow. And then I'm going to get those struts coming because I got to do this and get this one back out on the road. I can't keep tying up my bay with this one. So, got to get this one done. I want to finish this one here, and then I got to get Big Red in. And honestly, between this and Big Red, that will probably take me all the way up until the end of the year. Big Red's got to be done with this one by November, because if the friend that wanted to buy this is going to buy it, he wants to pick it up in November when he comes up to where, state I'm living in. So he wants to come up. If he comes up to grab this, I need to have this done and ready to go. So this one will be after this one. And then Big Red will be in here, but I need to get Big Red done before I give this one away. But we need Malibu, we need Champagne Bubbles back pretty bad. We need the Kia back. It's got to happen. Not having that Kia is really messing with us. Yeah, I got you. I assume the replacement will be similar. Do you have a lift? No. Guys, I don't use lifts. The reason I do the things I do, the way I do them, is so that people can do them in their own garage. So I'll be showing you how to do it without a lift. I would love to have bought a lift, even one of the quick jack styles, but honestly, some of the trucks that I'm lifting, I don't know if I trust the quick jacks. I know they're good to 6,000 pounds, but that's a lot of weight to be hanging on that mild steel that they have there. I've seen quick jacks to where a car almost fell on a YouTuber, a guy I watch quite regularly. He had a Camaro on a set of quick jacks, and the Camaro almost fell off and landed on him. I trust the old school jack stands and jack more than I trust the quick jacks. Awesome. Good to have you guys in here on this Sunday. Hit that like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed, guys. Also, consider joining the channel. For as little as $3 a month, you can become a member of the channel. You'll get early topic releases. You'll see the topic ahead of time. If we have multiple topics that we can do, I'll put out a poll. That's for members only. Also, once we get enough members in there, I will do member-only streams and member-only content. At some point, I would like to develop a course for basically maintaining older cars. And when I do that course will only be available on my members-only side. It won't be available anywhere else. Oh, Mike, we got plenty of time. I'm not ready to end yet. I've got at least probably 50 minutes before I'm going to probably cut the stream here. But you're asking OBD2 tool recommendations. Okay, so if you're going to buy an OBD scan tool, make sure you buy one that you can either upgrade it or that you can do updates to it. That's the big trick, number one. First of all, let's go through the options you're going to want on that scan tool. Number one, you're going to want to reset tire pressure sensors. You're going to want to do an OBD2 scan for trouble codes. You're going to want to be able to do ABS codes. You're going to want to be able to do OEM manufacturer specification codes, which will be very similar to the OBD2 codes. You're also going to want to do safety restraint codes, meaning that you can check your airbag system. You're also going to want to be able to do cylinder cutout tests, be able to cut off or shut down certain injectors. That's another big one. Basically, you got it right. Mike just hit it. Bi-directional. You want to have multiple functions that you can do with that scan tool. Jay just popped one up in the link. I don't want to click on that and have it screw up my stream, but I'm gonna guess that's probably a really good one. If I click on it now, it might mess things up, so I won't click on it. But yeah, you want a bi-directional OBD2 scanner. You want to be able to do like cylinder cutouts, coil tests. You're going to want to be able to test many different functions. So usually if it has less than 30 scans, if it has less than 30, I wouldn't buy it. And when it comes down to scan tools, try not to buy anything that isn't within the built in the last year. There's the other secret. Buy something that's been built within the last year. Because now you'll get 10 years out of it, because what you're going to buy now, you can scan up to that time. Meaning that scan tool will work up to today. Meaning that any vehicle you buy up to that scan tool will work on that scan tool. Next POW OBD2 scanner. I'm going to have to look into that one. Think makes a really good one too. Think makes a pretty decent scan tool. One that doesn't have paid subscriptions. That's the other thing. Stay away from paid subscription scan tools. It's a scam. You want one that you can plug in and use it anytime without having to pay a certain dollar amount every month. If you got to pay every month, don't buy that one. I use that scan tool if anything is wrong. Correct. Yeah, you should always use a scan tool before you begin any repair. Your first repair should be scan first, verify the trouble code, and then narrow down whether or not it's a sensor or if it's an electrical issue. You got to do every sensor that way. If you get a sensor code, don't just throw a sensor at it. We had a video about that a few weeks ago, guys. Might be almost a month now. Don't ever just throw a sensor on it based on the code. Verify that that sensor's bad before you change it. And you can verify that by making sure that in a bi-directional tool, you can verify that the electric voltage that it's supposed to get is going to the sensor. That's the trick. This is what a lot of techs guys, honestly, techs coming out of school don't know this basic stuff. They don't know it. They're not teaching them how to actually diagnose properly. They're teaching them in a textbook and turning around and pushing them out into the industry. It's going to take them 5 years to understand the knowledge that somebody who spent 1 to 2 years in the industry physically doing it could do right out the gate. I would take a tech that has 2 years actually working on stuff versus someone who spent 2 years in school. Because the guy that spent 2 years in school, I'm going to have to train him. This is the scam of schools.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
We have a shortage in this industry of mechanics because the colleges have gotten in the way. Colleges have taught these kids just how to read a textbook and do everything according to a textbook. In real life, you have to be able to adapt and move quickly to figure out what's wrong. You can't just use one standard method to fix a problem. And just tossing a sensor at a trouble code is the wrong way of doing things. Mike got it right there, guys. Right there. Mike got it right. So what they do is they follow flow charts and not common knowledge. Common knowledge is only taught through experience. And if you don't have it, you don't have it. Like I said, I would hire somebody to work on stuff that has physically turned wrenches and spent time underneath the hood before I'd ever hire somebody directly out of a college, because I'm going to have to retrain them and get their brain thinking like a technician, thinking, this is what the computer's telling me, but how do I verify that? How do I prove that? You don't learn that through a textbook. You don't learn that without having real-world experience. Many things can go wrong with one system, but all it takes is that one thing going wrong to make the whole system look bad. You need to have the experience and knowledge to be able to get to the bottom of that. Oh, Mike, don't know how many fuel pumps I've seen replaced versus a $25 sensor. Right there, guys. Prime example. Prime example of real-world experience versus just what the textbook is. And too many shops get started by people right out of college with business degrees and mechanic degrees. They turn around and open up these shops and they start replacing fuel pumps at $500 to $600 a pop, making a bunch of money, but they're also gypping the customer when they don't get it running right. And it could be as simple as a fuse that's related to a bad wire. I've seen it happen. Right here. Guys, right here. Hold on. Let's go back in time, actually. I bought this thing 4 years ago. When I bought it, it had problems. You'd start it, it would run for a bit, it would shut off, and you couldn't restart it. We chased wiring, we chased fuel pump, we chased everything. We literally ran down the list of checking everything we could possibly check. When it came down to it, it was the connector to the fuel pump that caused the problem. It wasn't fuses, it wasn't a pump, it wasn't a filter, it wasn't a fuel pressure regulator, it wasn't an injector. You could have chased all of those systems and put all of those parts in there, and all you had was a bad wire. And I'll tell you, this thing taught me some big lessons. Because even though I would have known to check the wire, I wasn't the one who put the pump in. Had I put the pump in, I would have noticed the wire, and I would have changed the wire. I didn't notice it. And it was on the ground side for the fuel pump. We even cut into the ground and added an additional ground to get more grounding to the fuel pump, thinking maybe that was the problem. The problem lied within the connector. The pin was bent and it wasn't making solid connection. Guys, that's real world experience. That was done over 4 years ago. And both me and the guy who were working on it learned a lot of valuable lessons that we now use when we work on other cars. Checking a few things here on the stream. Awesome. Everything's good, good, good. Give me ones if that all made sense to you guys. Toss up some ones. you guys are doing that, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to run down everything that we did today. So, what we did was we worked on Crimson Vortec a little bit. Put new wiper arms on it. Aim high, awesome. Put new wiper arms on it. I'm going to put new wiper blades on the front, even though I only did the back. I'm not going to do that as a video, guys. It's pretty basic. I'll pause here and read Mike's chat. I learned my lessons on an 89 Olds, replaced everything possible, and then started looking at how the system functioned. Came down to a camshaft sensor. Yep. People would be surprised at how much you learn by actually physically turning wrenches, which is why I would never hire somebody right out of college. And if I did, I would go in with the understanding that they need to be mentored the entire way until they get up to speed. Because a lot of mistakes can be made, a lot of bad things can happen, and the customers are not always going to be understanding when you're talking parts in the hundreds of dollars. And that's just facts. Okay, so recap. Did the wiper arms on this one. We're going to do wiper blades on the front. I'm going to do that off screen, guys. I'm not going to worry about. I'll do it as a post. You guys will probably see it come across as a post maybe later this week. But we did the wiper blade in back, wiper arm in back, because the wiper arm I had got bent and broken from a car wash that had brushes. Guys, I tell you guys to stay out of brush car washes. The only reason I did it on this one is I have a ceramic coating on it, and I needed to get it washed at the time, so I ran it through. Unfortunately, the brush hooked on the wiper arm and pulled it and broke it. Lesson learned, stay away from brush car washes. So I avoid the brushes at all costs now. I only go no touch. So touchless is the only way to wash your car. If your car's still dirty after a touchless wash, then you need to use other cleaning products to clean up the paint. And you can use many different products. I can do different videos on it, but yeah. Brush wash, stay away from. Mike, 100% agree. I'm not a mechanic or have had training. Trust the GM garage. Or trusted the GM garage. Yeah, honestly, when it comes down to it, if you're going to own older vehicles, you need to understand how to work on them. You need to understand how to fix them, what you need to do to keep them on the road, all of the things that are needed, such as doing your 100K service. You need to understand what goes into it. Honestly, guys, this is a smaller outfit. I work on cars, but I don't have the expensive tools. The expensive tools are for doing like transmission flushes, where you have to have a special tool to circulate that fluid, drain the fluid out so you can change the filter, and they need to be done at 100K. I don't have that tool because I can't spend 30 grand on it. And I don't have enough customers coming through to justify spending that 100K or 30K. It's usually about 30,000. You can buy cheaper ones for 10, but I wouldn't trust them. It is a huge machine that you need for doing transmission flushes. And if you get the wrong one, you're going to blow up a transmission. Remember what I said, $1,000 per gear. That transmission's $8,000 right there. If that goes out, that will cost that customer $8,000. So whoever touches that transmission better be able to back up what they do. Where I'm going to take it and how I do mine is I make sure that I can trust the person that's doing mine. And I've looked into the place that I'm having do this one and Crimson Vortec has already been done a couple of times. Crimson Vortec, I was worried about it because it was an older transmission. I was worried about shelling it out. So what I did with that one is I basically did drop pan filter change. I did it twice. That cleaned it up and put fresh fluid in. Mike, embrace the GM charging / fixed model. Yeah, GM is horrible for that. They are horrible for designing things that fail. And not just small, we're talking catastrophic. Guys, that coolant, that thermostat on the transmission fluid line on these trucks is an absolute joke. If you buy 2014, I said 2015 before, but 2015 and newer, 2014 and newer, you need to have a transmission flush done. You need to remove that thermostat that they put in the transmission fluid line. It's got to come out. It's the overheating issue that causes these things to shudder and causes the transmissions to go out. There's also thrust bearing issues, but that's internal within the transmission itself, and you're not going to be able to fix that. But the overheating of the fluid will cause that problem. And it adds to that thrust bearing issue. Guys, that is a GM service bulletin even. That's how bad it is. But yeah, after we replaced the wiper arms on that, got that all done, we checked our oil leak. I still have a slight leak around the timing chain cover. I'm not pulling the timing chain cover on this one. I'm not doing it. It's not leaking bad enough for me to do that repair. I'm not doing it. Broke down how we did our our flange, our exhaust flange. Told you guys how we fixed that, how we put the slits in it. Popped those out with an air hammer because we broke the studs off. We shaved them off smooth, pounded them out with an air hammer. Works perfect. You do have to put the relief cut in it though with a cutting wheel on either side to be able to pound them out. Because if you don't, it won't open it up to where it'll be able to pound that out. You'll take the air hammer and you'll just hit and you'll just damage the flange. So make sure you put the relief cut in it, pound them out. And it won't wreck the bracket. Keep them on the edge of the flange. Don't do it in a weird spot. Do it on the edge so that it looks like a C going around, and cut it on the outer part of that edge. Just slice through it enough to where those pop out. I explained how I used the high temp RTV sealer to put the gasket in this one so that it doesn't have issues with burning out the gasket in the future. Those gaskets burn out right away if you don't put in the high temp RTV sealer, because every little gap causes heat to get by and it'll burn the gasket out. You have to use the high temp RTV sealer. When I do that, I have not had to put a new gasket in for many, many, many years later. If I don't use the high temp, I have gone through gaskets. And that is the secret. You can tell I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm going through this pretty quick. Tonight, I'll be sipping a huge 64-ounce thing of water in order to even do the news tonight. So after we did all of that, we started unboxing. We unboxed projects for the LS Goat, which is our 04 Pontiac GTO with the 6-speed manual transmission and the LS 5.7 engine. That engine, we've got plans for it in the future. We've got plans to do other things with the car. That is very, very, very far down the road, guys. We need to stretch out some of the stuff that I bought for some of these projects. We need to do some videos on it. We need to get through the year. A lot of LS stuff is going to happen either towards the tail end of this year or beginning of next year, to be honest with you. That's where the LS stuff is going to come into play. So the LS Goat is going to be seen more probably next year than anything else. I would like to have it ready for car shows. I would love to go to car shows and show you guys some of the cars. I upgraded this so that I could do car shows. And my microphones work to where I can set up a microphone and actually talk to the owners of the cars. So I am really looking forward to next year and going and doing that at some of the shows. Big Red has to get done before winter, before snow flies. And I got to have this one done before that even, so that this is ready to go. This is either this is going to be a backup or I'm going to sell it to a friend of mine. Either way, I'm fine with either one. If he decides to buy it, I'm okay with that. But I want our Kia running good, and I want Big Red running good for me to let this one go. But after all that unboxing and looking at everything, we're still missing the struts for this Tahoe project. We got mud flaps. We'll probably do, after we do the radio next week, we're going to start digging into this one. We're going to get the coils in it. We're going to get the wires put in it. We're going to get the plugs put in it. Actually, that was one thing I did not see. I did not see... I only get one set of E3 plugs. Oh, there's another set. So I got one set of E3s there. Should have had one more set of E3 plugs. I'm gonna have to look back through things. Actually, I thought I had. I should have had 4 total E3 spark plugs. I'm only seeing 2 listed, and I think I only got 1 set. So I need to figure out what happened there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what happened there. I'm gonna go back through the boxes and make sure I got everything out of there. This was an expensive order, and I need to make sure I got it all. So, all right, guys. Throw up any chats that you guys got that you want to talk about right now. I'm going to leave this as kind of an open space from here on out until I end the stream. So toss up anything you guys want to talk about. Tariffs, just kidding. Oh man. Are you trying to
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
I've kind of already spoken on that already, and I'm sure the news there'll be plenty of that. Yeah. Honestly, that's the excuse of why there's going to be a lot of bad fourth quarter numbers for the manufacturers. They're going to blame it on that when it's really about. It's because all the major 3 manufacturers are focusing on EVs. And that's why they're going to have problems selling cars. You guys will see it in the news tonight. You guys will see it. I won't drudge on about that one. But nice try, Mike. Nice try. Aim high is right. Let's make better stuff in America. Absolutely correct. I usually save full throttle for beginning, end of show, and transfers, but yeah, that one deserves a full throttle right there. We need to make better stuff in America, and that's the key. That's what's really going to bring costs down, but in order to build a manufacturing car plant, it takes a few years to build the plant and get it up and operating. If they could guarantee these manufacturers that the tariffs were going to stay on foreign car companies, they would build here. In fact, they would all build here if they knew that the tariffs were going to stay, because they would want to save money. Mike says, my brother and I are talking about a Tahoe recently. He mentioned how will they ride? The typing skills have gone downhill. Nice. Yeah, mine aren't too good. That's why you guys don't see me replying down in the chat, in my own chat. My typing skills are not the greatest. My grammar is horrible. You could ask my wife. It's trash. Grammar is horrible. Spelling is not very good. I think I spend too long underneath the hood of a car, guys. That's just the truth. So, yeah. Tahoes, again, stay away from the Magna Ride. Don't get to LTZ. They bought this one cheap. This was an LTZ. It was fully loaded. I think they got it cheaper because the vehicle had front end damage. Yeah, they do ride really well, but the ones that don't have the Magna Ride, the LTs, ride so much better. The Magna Rides ride nice when the system works. When it doesn't work, it's bouncy. It almost wants to throw you off the road. The back end feels like it's coming out when the Magna Ride doesn't work right. So it's got to work right, and if it doesn't, and there's broken airlines in the back, it gets bouncy. So, again, the secret is stay away from the LTZs. That's what I would recommend. Yeah, I got to find all of my spark plug stuff. I got to find that and put that stuff off to the side. Actually, I unboxed two spark plugs. One of them had, what am I thinking?
You stupid.
One of the boxes that we opened up had a bag on it that said Silverado E3 plugs. The other E3s are on the bench. The only thing is I think the ones that are on the bench then are for this, which means I do not have the E3s for the LS Goat, which is fine. I can always order those. That project isn't going to happen right now. And those plugs are pretty basic. I can get those anytime. Mike says, I'm guessing she bought it with the high trim, but couldn't afford it at the time. Gas prices went through the roof and was sold. It's been a while. Yeah, trash on fuel mileage, guys. The reason my customer bought this one was they have quite a few kids and they need the third row seating. Both of the adults had kids prior to getting together, so they needed something to haul all the kids and they didn't want to get a Suburban. So they went with the Tahoe with the third row seating. What I think happened was they didn't really look over the vehicle, they didn't get a good Carfax on it, and they bought one that had front end damage. Because I'm going to show you guys in the future, there's going to be one video where we look at some damaged plastic pieces underneath the front bumper. And we're going to look at how we can fix that front bumper and get it put back to where it needs to be so that everything fits like it's supposed to. Right now, I think if they hit a snowbank real hard with the front of this bumper, they'd tear the front bumper off. That is a huge... There's two massive hold downs on the bottom of the bumper, and they got to bend those. I'll have to bend them back in order to get the plastic to snap in to the bumper. But right now, all of the plastic underneath and the bumper support underneath is all missing because those brackets are bent up. What I'm going to guess happened, they either plowed over something or they bounced the driver's side of this car off of a retaining wall. Because the fender looks like it's been repainted. There's been repaint on the door. It goes all the way to the back handle. There's runs in the door. So I should do a video on showing you guys how to inspect these vehicles, is what I should do. And that might be the way I can do that video for you guys. Yes, Mike, you are right. Suburban is basically a Tahoe, yes. The only difference is the length in the back. So a Suburban can have third row seating and still have room behind the third row seating. In the Tahoe, there is no room back there. With the third row seats in, it takes up that entire back area to where your trunk space is very narrow. That's the difference. Awesome. Awesome. Thanks you, Mike. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and plan that when we do this truck. When we go to fix the bumper, I'm going to do it as a vehicle inspection video as well. So it's going to be a twofold. How to fix currently damaged vehicles, and then also how to inspect so that you don't get scammed. That's how I'm going to do it, guys. Mike says, especially on truck frames in my case. Okay, Mike, I'm going to give you a tip. When you go to look at cars in your own state, take a screwdriver with you. When you go to look at the frame, poke that screwdriver hard against the frame. If that screwdriver stabs into the frame and it goes down into it, don't buy that truck. Walk away. And flood damage. Yeah, I already told you how to inspect for flood damage. Take the carpeting up on any side, and if there's sand underneath it, it's been in a flood. And it won't be a little bit of sand. It'll be a lot of sand. A little bit might happen from shoes. A little bit. But if you peel that carpeting up and you're reaching in there and you feel it feels like a beach, yeah, don't buy that one. Walk away. Actually, don't even walk. You need to run. All right. All right, we're going to break down top chatters for today before we go ahead and end the stream here in a little bit. Aim High, our producer, is number 1. Jay is number 2. Mike is number 3. And Oreo is ranked at number 4. Mike has really been pounding away at the chats here towards the tail end. I'm surprised he didn't beat Jay yet. Oh, they're tied. That's why. Aim High is not that far away from you, though. So Mike has definitely been catching up quick. When it comes to chats, I think Mike is only... well, Mike is tied with Jay. So, and you guys are only 25 XP off of Aim High. Yeah, Mike, no problem. And like I said, when I do the video that shows you guys how to inspect these, I'm going to make sure that it is very extensive. I will show you guys how to inspect them when you buy them at a used dealership. Because honestly, that's where people are going to buy cars for the next 5-10 years. They really are. The average person is not buying new cars. They're not. So I can beat Jay with this one. You should have. I don't know why their system is so messed up on the top chats. Don't like that. You should be beating him anyway. He hasn't chatted in a while. You've been just pounding away at these lately. Yeah, for like the last 40 minutes, you've been beating him on chats, no doubt about it. I'm sure this thing is slow. I don't like it, but it's the system they give us to use, so we try to make sure that it's fun. And honestly, it's good to see who's top chatters, and if we get people in that are not mods and they start, getting top chat, usually top 3 if they're engaging in the chat, they're doing well, they're not breaking any of the rules that I have for the chat, then I usually will mod them up. But that's a benefit that I put only for people that are active in the chat, participating, giving good commentary. So I save that for that. I know a few weeks ago we had like 2 or 3 people become mods. Now that was a pretty active chat as well. The more I question, the more knowledge I gain. Correct. Honestly, it doesn't matter if you've worked on cars for 30 years or more. The thing is, you learn something new with every project you do, because not everything is going to turn out the exact same. Guys, I can do a tune-up on this one. I can do a tune-up on Big Red. I can do a tune-up on LS Goat. And each one of them can throw me a different curveball. And honestly, they're probably going to. It's the way automotive works. It's never the same thing. And all you're trying to do is get to basically the same point of the vehicle being able to run 100% reliable when you get in it. And there's variables you can't control. I mean, when we went to pick up LS Goat, we got a flat tire in Champagne Bubbles. I had to do a tire change on and off ramp in order to go get LS Goat. I didn't have a choice. I had to. So there was a little fun piece of information you guys didn't know. Mike says, I was taught a rule. The only dumb question is the question you don't ask. Correct. And honestly, I don't ever blame somebody for asking a question. Anyone can ask a question here. The only time that I will probably block, or I don't even block here. I don't. I will time people out. The only time I time people out is when they're doing things that are inappropriate. If my chat was inappropriate, I would be timing people out left and right. But I try to keep mine very professional here, so I try not to let that get into that territory. But yes, feel free to ask any question anytime. That's why I'm here, guys. I'm here to share my knowledge. I'm here to share my experience. I'm also here to grow as well. I'm expecting to learn things as I do things. Just because I've turned wrenches for 30 years doesn't mean that I don't have something that I could learn. And that's the truth. Each time I think I'm getting ahead, honestly, I find something that sets me back a little bit. It happens. Repairs don't always go as we plan. Bolts break, things don't work out right. There's always a challenge to be met. Mike says, I understand that. I meant for people interested in automotive repair. Yep, absolutely. And that can be applied to anything in life. It really can. But in automotive, in order to grow in this field, in order to stay on top of the industry and be active in it, you need to be always turning wrenches. You need to always be learning new things and growing your skills. If I stopped learning shortly after I turned wrenches, I wouldn't know how to work on fuel injection systems. I wouldn't know how to work on timing systems. I wouldn't know how to tear down a motor and put it back together. I wouldn't know how to swap out transmissions. I wouldn't know how to swap rear axles. There are two things I don't do. Two things, right here, right now, I will tell you. Two things I don't do. I don't change gears and rear axles. I change the entire rear axle. I have changed gears and rear axles and had them shell out. Won't do it. And I don't replace the guts inside of a transmission. I won't do it. I don't have the tools or the specific knowledge on how to do certain things that you need to do to make the transmission better than when you had it in the first place. Those are the two things I really don't do. And I don't do them because I don't have the tools, and those are two things that I don't have direct knowledge on. Great with motors. Very great with motors. I can tune a motor by ear, literally by ear. I've done it. A friend of mine put a bet and I won it. He was thinking I was going to be way off, and the dyno barely had to do anything to it. They pulled a little bit of fuel out of it, is all they did. Actually, no, they added a little bit of fuel. I had it running slightly lean. Slightly. I think it was running at like 13.3 or something, and it had to be at 14.7. So it was running a little lean, which meant it had more power, but it was also harder on the engine. Tuned it for racing. That's what he asked. That's what I gave him. Mike says, I'm in IT, but I find auto repair fascinating. Yeah, Mike, I appreciate you having you in here. I appreciate you commenting and asking questions. A lot of the questions you ask are basic questions that people should be asking when they're first getting started working on cars. It's also the basic information if you want to drive a car. I was taught this at a young age because I was told if I want to drive a car, I need to know how to work on a car. So I came from a whole different aspect when it came to the automotive world. And the farther I got into it, the more crazy stuff I started doing, including racing. And it wasn't at a track. That's all I'm going to say. But yes, and honestly, I do this to give back to everyone. I'll go into a little bit of my history. So let's take a trip down memory lane. We've got a few minutes left here, so we'll fill this with a trip down memory lane. Guys, when I first got started in automotive, I was 13 years old. I was turning wrenches in my own garage at home with my dad. We were putting a motor in a truck that I bought because it was going to become my first vehicle. It was a 74 Dodge pickup D150 Adventure SE. That was the truck. I liked the truck. It was fun to drive. I beat the tar out of it, and I blew the motor up in it. Through blowing up the motor, I had to learn how to wrench on a car again, all on my own. My dad was willing to help me put in the second motor, but I blew up the second motor as well. He looked at me and said, nope, I'm not helping you. He's like, I've helped you with 2 motors. You know what to do. Cherry pickers in the garage. Go change your motor. I put the truck in the garage. Within 2 weeks, it took me 2 weeks because I was being careful because it was heavy. It took me 2 weeks, but I put another motor in it, and I drove it for about a year, and then I sold it. It was my first truck, and I learned a lot on that truck. Since then, I've played with high-end sports cars. I've driven exotics. Played with many different fuel injection systems, many different timing systems, tuned cars that have gone to dynos. You name it. There's been more than my fair share of chance to learn things. Two people were very inspirational in me learning everything about automotive. One of them was my dad. He was a mechanic who used to race when he was a kid. He raced at a rather large racetrack in the state that I live in and got third place. He really loved working on cars, and it was a way for me and him to bond. He taught me so much about the mechanic side of things that honestly, it kind of deterred me away from being a mechanic because I saw firsthand what that life was like, what it meant to work on book rate. And I didn't want that. I wanted to be able to do it on my own for fun. I didn't want to be told I have to do this in a certain amount of time in order to make enough money to support my family. I didn't want that. I saw what that life was like, and I said no. The other person was an auto body tech. He taught me how to work on cars, paint cars, spray cars, change fenders, change hoods, change out grills, change out headlights. You guys see me do a lot of lighting projects. It's because I learned a lot from him on how to take these cars apart. A lot to do with plastic pieces that could easily break. He taught me a ton. These two people are the reason I work on cars today. And it's the reason I'm here sharing my knowledge with you guys, is to give back to those who gave to me. It's only fair that I do this. It's my whole reason for doing it. And as long as I have that reason, I'm going to keep moving forward. So there's a little trip down memory lane. Took me a few minutes to get there, but Mike says, I used to talk to an old gentleman who built 40s through 70s vehicles. Tons of knowledge. Most I didn't understand, and I wished I had asked more questions. Yep. The old school guys knew so much more. My dad was great with carburetors. You give him a carbureted vehicle, he would make a race car out of it. I was not good with carburetors. Still kind of shaky with them. I can tune them and I can get them running close, but I still need to take them to a dyno to get them running right. At least to get them tuned in. I can't do a carburetor by ear. I can do a fuel injection system by ear. I learned fuel injection real quick. I picked up on it very quickly. I understood what the sensors did. I knew that they had to work right. I knew how to adjust and calibrate other things that affected the computer. I knew how to adjust the fuel pressure through an adjustable fuel pressure regulator. I knew how to dial in timing when I had a floating timing, especially on a distributor style vehicle. Those were all lessons I learned on my own. I learned tuning on my own. Nobody taught me. My dad wasn't up on fuel injection, so I learned it all on my own. Some of it I learned through a friend of mine who we took a lot of stuff to dynos. Almost every vehicle he had went to a dyno. And it got to the point I watched, like, he took a vehicle to the dyno twice. I watched each time. After each one, I learned what the numbers were. I learned what the settings were. I started tuning on my own. I started messing with my own vehicles and tuning my own. And I dialed mine in without even taking it to the dyno. So when Mike said earlier, are you going to take it to the dyno right away? No, I'm not, because I know what I'm going to do with it. I don't need the dyno to tell me I'm bringing it back to stock numbers. What I need the dyno for is after I've done a few upgrades, I need the computer to know that I did that. And that's the only reason I would take it to a dyno, is because I don't have a dyno. If I had a dyno, I would do it myself. But dynos are 100 grand or more. You want a good solid chassis dyno, you're going to spend 100 grand. And I can't justify that. I work on this stuff for fun on the side. I also do small customer projects. A lot of the stuff I'm doing here, we're going to see again when I do Big Red. It's going to be very similar. It's a little different because there's a few other things we have to do to this thing. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate all my chat. You guys are awesome. It's awesome to have you guys in here every Sunday at 3 p.m. Guys, make sure you come back tonight. We will be doing our news at 7 p.m. So I take a small intermission here. I go have supper with my family, spend time with them. Then I come back out and we do the news. Cover news topics, and we also do a recap of everything we did today. So even though I do my recaps here, I'll also recap it at the end of the news. No projects after 7, but guys, the news is always worth paying attention to in the automotive world because we can see things that are going to happen outside of the automotive world by paying attention. The biggest thing I teach people in the news section is how to spot the fakes, how to spot the shiny news that they want to push at you, and how to find the stuff that they're trying to hide. That is the biggest thing I teach on that news site, on that side of things when I do the news. But thank you guys for tuning in. It's been an awesome stream. And guys, as always, thank you for watching. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Ring that notification bell so you get notified when I go live, which is at 3 and 7 p.m. on Sundays. Also, guys, consider hitting that join button. Become a member. For as little as $3 a month, you'll get access to early topics. You'll also, if I have multiple topics or projects to do, you guys will be able to vote on which ones we're going to do. So this is something I'm going to be working on because we got plenty of projects going on. So we might be doing some of that here later on this year yet. Guys, thank you, and I'll see you guys on the next one.